Good morning, wakey wakey, and welcome to Escape to Nature. And of course, welcome in the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia, just north of South Africa. We are watching the Egyptian geese with their little ones. Still awaiting some animal action at the waterhole, but of course we are only starting our journey on Escape to Nature today. And of course, my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, keeping an eye on our various dam cams and definitely keeping you posted with the animals that come to say hi. But I hope everyone is having a beautiful Tuesday, and I hope you are ready for hopefully an action-filled escape to nature today. Generally, I don't like to have expectations, but I thought let me just put some energy out there today, and hopefully Mother Nature will spoil us a little. Now remember, we are live, we are interactive, and we love to hear from you. So please do get in touch with us. This is your safari, this is your journey. We are just fortunate to be joining you, so please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions you might have, and we'll have a bit of a chat. But it seems like it will be a beautiful sunny day in Okokoyo. Therefore, let us take a look at the other weather locations. I just realized that made no sense. What is a weather location, Lisa? But all of you caught my drift, I know. And as you saw, we are expecting a scorching 37 degrees Celsius in Okokoyo today. So I'm really hoping that that will push some animals towards us to come cool off, to hydrate. We will definitely see what we have today. You see, even the chickadees are going for a swim already. Come, get in. Cool yourself down. There we are. It's so cute when they just plonk in. Two of them just staying with mom or dad. Just taking it easy, waking up. Okay, never mind, we're going, we're coming. Wait for us! It's incredible how fast they can move when an adult, takes off. They immediately get up and they follow. Which, of course, for the most part makes them fairly successful when it comes to them surviving. Oh, there we go. Get a good cup of coffee. Wake yourself up properly. You can see the little ones are swimming and the adult is like, no, I need my coffee first. But let me know what you are looking forward to today. If you could have one wish granted for Okokoyo today, what would it be? If you could see one particular animal. Would it be one of the big five? Of course, we don't have buffaloes here, but... Or perhaps just general game. What general game would you like to see? Or perhaps some baby animals. Yesterday we spoke a little about what baby animals we think are the most adorable. You would think it's really difficult for these tiny ones to navigate amongst these rocks. It must seem like mountains to them, but you just saw that one being very agile, jumping around, doing its thing. But let us take a look-see and see what else is around. Hopefully we've got some animals approaching. We have had some springbok come down for water as well. But hopefully we'll get a lot of the animals that come to say hi today. I really am looking forward to this beautiful day. Dora, good morning. Are you Dora the Explorer? I'm excited with all of you. And yes, I do hope we have a wonderful day. And again, you know, Escape to Nature is not just about finding the most sightings and seeing how much action we can get. As I said, it would be good because we have not had that much action per se here at Ukukuyo the past. Woo! You see, look at that. We've got kudus. Day made, we are done by everyone. Look at that. Yesterday I saw one kudu, but apart from that, the past few days I have not seen any kudu. So that is awesome. So if you are not familiar with these antelope, these are kudus. It's one of the larger antelopes that we find in Africa. Generally very shy and skittish animals. They tend to be deeper into the bush. You don't often see them out in the open like this. They are browsers. Therefore they are generally very elusive, and these are all females. But both male and female have the same looks. Basically, the males just have horns as well. And if you are not familiar with the kudu bull, please do yourself a favor and go research them. They are magnificent. They've got these beautiful spiral horns, which obviously they defend themselves against other males and of course against predators as well. But I call these guys the Mickey Mouse antelope. They've got typical Mickey ears. Just beautiful. And to the human eye, these guys camouflage really, really well. I remember numerous safaris, you know, that I've driven past them, and if they don't flick an ear or wag the tail or something, then you really could miss them. So of course, you know, for animals even more so, the stripes on them make them blend so well in the bush. Makes it seem like twigs and branches hanging down. And therefore they are not often predated on. They do of course get predated on, but not as often as something like an impala, for instance. I think one of the most impressive sightings that I've had in terms of kudus, it was unfortunate for the kudu, but one cheetah. Now of course we all know, you know, cheetahs are not very strong animals, even though they are super fast. They are not built for muscle, they are built for their speed. And one single cheetah male brought down a kudu female, a kudu cow, this size. Not even a calf or anything, and that was really, I will honestly never forget that. Yesterday I referred to a sighting that I was in with cheetahs, and that immediately also came to mind. Because generally cheetahs will go for impalas, or, oh, there's some impalas coming. Look at us, we are making progress. Look just to the left. You can see the impalas are slowly coming down to the waterhole now as well. Woo! And immediately you can see that white at the bottom of the tail of the kudu. That is if they do get hunted by predators, if they feel provoked in any way, just like now that one got a fright. That is in hopes of putting the predator, not necessarily putting it off, but sort of, just distracting it for a little bit with that sudden white flash. Marissa, good morning. You would like to know the social structure of kudu. Look, we've even got springbok. People, we are living our best lives. It's the antelope aggregation today. So in terms of kudus, you either find them in bachelor herds or you generally find them in breeding herds with, cows and their youngsters. You can sometimes also find a bull actively with the females. Now, of course, mating does have to take place for them to have offspring. But for the most part, this is how you'll see kudu females. They are feminists, sticking together, girl power. And then males generally form bachelor herds. But as I say, of course, they do break away and have their mating rituals and then carry on again. They are not monogamous. So the males won't stick around to actually rear the young. This is so cool. We are having all the antelope. Now we just need the oryxes as well. And I think then we've definitely made our target for the day. But I'm just super happy to be seeing some kudu. As I say, it's been fairly quiet in terms of even the impalas and kudus. The springbok have come around, but not so much the kudu. Hopefully, this is going to be the result of the heat and humidity today. The animals will be forced. I don't want to say that too loud. I don't want Mother Nature to hear me, but the animals will be encouraged to come to the waterhole. Whether it's to swim, elephants, or perhaps just to drink, or perhaps to wallow. Rhino, if you are listening, that was for you. But no, we will definitely appreciate absolutely anything and everything we see today. However, I do hope you've got a lot of animals coming around.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Springbok, I do not blame you. Often this is what we'll see Springbok doing as well. They literally get into the water and they can cool themselves down, have a drink. It's the same concept like with humans, you know, if you are really hot day, if you are having a really hot day, just putting your feet in some icy cold water really can immediately cool you down already. And of course that way he can, should he need to run away quickly, evade something, feel threatened, he can immediately just get out of the water. And that is how it goes. Often we see the Springbok coming and then staying for a little while, but I think the animals, if they do come down to the water and they don't actively get into the water and stay in the water, they'll just come and go throughout the day, hopefully getting a drink, moving off into the tree line, feeding, resting, getting some shade. Because this really is the only patch of shade we have around the whole waterhole. It's incredible how loud that actually echoes. I'm just trying to see if it's these guys that are vocalizing. Of course, that squawking is from Egyptian geese, these beautiful birds we have now. But I'm not sure if it was others that came in for flight perhaps, or from flight, came in for landing rather, or if it was the parents. Danielle, good morning. You would like to know if I can recognize the vocalizations of the different antelopes. Yes, I'm just trying to think of all the antelope now. I would say yes, for the most part. Of course, you know, the alarm calls for antelopes are very, very clear. Of course, impalas have that. I can't really do it that well. Steve did it the other day and he did a brilliant job. But then impalas also do make a very nasty call when they are chasing one another, when a male is chasing females, or when males are in rutting season and, you know, they are sort of challenging each other, which is sort of like a... And then kudu, I won't even attempt. Kudus have very, very loud barks, which they alarm call with. For the most part, kudus don't really vocalize other than that, except for that bark. What else? You know, each of the... We are going to be having a lot of funny noises and sounds if I attempt all of them, therefore I will not. But yes, for the most part, as naturalists, we generally can identify between the various species, but your best indicators in terms of leopard specifically I found is kudu, nyala and bushbuck. They all have a very, very prominent bark which they alert with. And then of course impalas as well, but sometimes impalas are just, they're so dramatic sometimes. They can often, you know, just sort of alert or make an alarm call just because they can. Let us have a look-see closer to the tree line and just see what else we can find. Oh gosh, never mind, those are clouds, my apologies. Oh, our eagle is back. Again, it is tricky to... Never mind. Ooh. Silly bird. Of course, I think these animals know when we want to have a closer look at them. And then they just disappear. Picasso, good morning. You would like to know if there's any Eurasian migrants at Ukokoyo, of course referring to birds. Jeez, that is a brilliant question. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. However, I will definitely research that for you and find out. That is a very good question. But I'll definitely get back to you, Picasso, on that question. Oh, you guys are testing me today. Good morning, lapwings. Ray J, good morning. Good to hear from you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm very excited for today. I just have a feeling that we'll hopefully see something that we don't generally see, or at least haven't seen for the past few days. But thank you so much. And please do let me know what you guys would like to chat about today whilst we wait for the animals. What would you like to know? What would you like to discuss perhaps? What are those? What is an impala? And some bushes. You can really see the green coming through. We've got a wildebeest lying down. I'm just trying to see if I can find our mongoose again. They really made me so happy the other day. But remember to send through your questions and your comments. Let us know what you want to talk about today while we watch these beautiful impalas. Or rooi bokkies, as we call them in Afrikaans, which translates to red buck for obvious reasons. Oh, calm down. Goodness. Another wildebeest on the horizon. I have a good feeling about today. Put your positive energy out there for some, well, really for whatever animals you want to see today. What are you hoping for? Darcy Miller, good morning. So nice to always hear from you. You are saying we should chat again about conservation. Woof! We can definitely do that. I'm always keen for that topic. And where to start? It really is such a broad topic. And I take you guys enjoyed the discussion we had yesterday, or we should rather say the rant that I had yesterday about conservation. But yes, where to start? I will start where and how it all started for me. So, my family have property in the Sabi Sand. Therefore, I grew up going on safari since I was, I think, 2 or 3 years old. And I've pretty much always loved animals, but I've always just had this feeling that I need to do more, and I can do more, even if it is just educating people or helping people. And yes, after school I was able to go study various things, but I decided, you know what, let me just go work and figure out what I can and want to do, as opposed to studying something for a year, deciding I don't like it, and then just, you know, have to change course again. So then I actually started on a reserve as an administrator in the game management department, and in that department specifically we monitored the rhinos, the elephants, we did the ear notching for the rhinos. At that time, you know, it was still a thing where the rhino horn was still dyed with ink, so that it sort of not kills the horn but kills the active materials in the horn to hopefully put off poachers. And while I was working there, every now and again I would also go help out at the rhino orphanage, where I got to spend some time with a baby elephant, Ella, who lost her mom, and unfortunately she did also not make it. But specifically, you know, working with rhinos, and as I say, tracking the rhinos every single day on the reserve and all of that. So I think that is where it really took off for me. But that is when, I think I was 19, when I saw my first rhino carcass. And it is really something I don't wish upon anyone. Even if you've seen it 10 times, 20 times, 100 times, it is the most horrific scene you can ever imagine. Now, to get back to, or to break rhino poaching in itself down, unfortunately there are a lot of beliefs on the black market, you know, that the materials keratin in rhino horn can be various, it can fulfill various purposes apparently, but people believe that it cures cancer, you know, it enhances performance, just to say it politely. And a lot of other things, you know, some people grew up with their cultures and religions and backgrounds that, you know, that is the thing you have to ingest. Even lion paws and organs and bones and all of that is used in all sorts of formats and cultures. I don't want to delve too deep into that, because of course we all have our various beliefs and cultures and things that we grew up with. But then what happens is, at the beginning of a rhino poaching, the first thing that happens is coordinates are given, or information is given. Then what happens is those poachers either are on foot, they break into a reserve, are on foot, or if you have some of the more richer poachers, to say it like that, they will actually use drones and helicopters. Then what happens is that rhino gets shot. And unfortunately, you know, some people are very, very brutal, because to shoot a rhino, you are going to need either 375 caliber or 458. That is the minimum requirements to actually kill the animal. Now that ammo is not at all cheap. Not at all. And you can ask any naturalist that have their actual advanced rifle qualification. It is not cheap ammo. So for poachers, what they then do is they think, to spend more money on ammo or to spend more money on a drug that's just going to sort of put the rhino to sleep. Let's rather do that. So some people are really brutal and they dart the rhino, putting it to sleep. And unfortunately what they then do is they go up to that rhino, whether it's dead or just asleep. And if you are a sensitive listener, please close your ears or take a break, because this is very, very gruesome. But then what they do is they actually hack the horn off of that animal's face. Now a rhino horn, an elephant tusk, even a rhino tusk, a warthog tusk is not everything you see. It goes into the actual face, to the root. Now to get that out, they completely carve it out the face, really dismantling that animal and messing up the whole face of that animal. So then the poachers have their horns, woohoo, celebration, yay, we just killed the rhino, or we just messed up the rhino. Now of course, if the rhino was killed, that is that, and the poachers leave, and more often than not, sadly, do not get caught. But if that rhino was just put to sleep, and if they are not found in time, they bleed to death. Because you can imagine, I often use this example, if you just clip your fingernails, that's a common thing, nothing happens, you don't feel it. If you were to rip out your fingernail, and I apologize, I know that's very, very graphic, but that is the extent of it, times 1,000 for that animal that is in pain. If you rip out your fingernail, that is the pain that rhino goes through. They are now waking up. They really cannot even move because they have now been immobilized, and the drug actually takes a while to wear off. And as I say, if they are not found in time, they will bleed to death. Now the problem with poaching is, there's of course, so many problems with poaching that actually infuriates me, but the thing that people don't realize about poaching is there are at least 7 levels to actually get to the true syndicate. So the person giving the GPS coordinates, to the person shooting the rhino, to the person hacking the horn, to the person transporting the horn, there are so many levels. The person doing the first job does not have a clue where that horn is going to end up. And that person perhaps that gave GPS coordinates, they might get something like, let's be generous, they might get something like 20,000 Rand. Sounds like a lot of money, especially if you are South African. If you don't have 20,000 Rand, that is a lot of money. Because in Africa, a lot of people, have very big families, they have a lot of dependents and all of that as well. So to someone it would be a lot of money. But that horn actually on the black market gets sold for millions. And as I mentioned yesterday as well, unfortunately in our country, in South Africa, we have a law that if you find trespassers on your property, you are not allowed to do anything to them. You just have to phone the authorities and pray to the mighty that the authorities come in time, they prosecute these people, they take them away. Even if you've now lost 1 rhino, 3 rhinos, 5 rhinos, sorry, so sad, too bad, thank you, have a good day. And then more often than not, those people, if they do get prosecuted, they get let go on, let's say, 5,000 Rand bail, which is also not a lot of money in comparison, getting a sentence. In Botswana, for instance, where our Mshatu Dam camp is, in Botswana, they've got laws that you are allowed to shoot to kill. If you find someone and they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing, they are not where they are supposed to be, you can make a target out of them. And I'm sorry for giggling, it's just like, why isn't it like that? Because I understand, if you find someone on your property and perhaps they didn't know what they were doing, yada, 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 yada. Because Believe me, a lot of the poachers do say that. I've actually been in an interrogation with a poacher, and the mindset is just like, how does your brain work? How do you even function? But again, as I say, a lot of people will have a lot of reasons for doing a lot of cool things. It's just my point when it comes to rhinos specifically. If you want to take a rhino's horn, by all means, I will even give you a machete. Do it. But do it without having to shoot the animal. Walk up to that animal without having to put it to sleep or anything. Let's see how far you get. Make it a fair fight. And again, this is also what I spoke about yesterday. Oh, the beast. It really is so sad, sorry for saying this, but the stupidity we have now gotten as humans to think that we are these almighty creatures above animals. If I were to challenge you, or if I were to go myself and live at this waterhole without anything, without any technology, any weapons, anything, just live here at this waterhole, would I really be able to survive? Because what if lions come? What if a rhino comes? What if the elephants come? I'm not going to be able to do anything if I don't have anything to defend myself. And that is also, when we do our, as I say, our advanced rifle handling qualifications, but also when you do your trails guiding, the first and foremost rule that they imprint on you is walking on foot does not ever give you a license to kill an animal. And again, that is the thing with us as humans. We think, okay, we've got technology, we've got weapons, so therefore we'll be able to dominate these animals. But where did we get the right or just the mindset to think that it's okay to harm animals for our benefit, to exploit them for our own benefit? Yesterday we spoke about canned lion hunting as well. And that is something that infuriates me even more so, because I often think, and if you have this or you've done this, I apologize if I offend you. Many people are not aware of what is actually going on out there. And I myself did it when I was a kid. My mother and father took us to a lion park when we were children. We were able to touch the baby lions, and it was very nice and all of that. Nowadays you see so many people with that on their profile picture. Oh, I held the baby lion, or I gave it bottle, or whatever the case is. It's nice and all, but I promise you 90% of the time, those people are not telling you the truth with regards to why those lions are not nursing from their own mother, what happens to them in 4 or 5 years down the line, and what do their bloodlines and genetics look like. Now, don't get me wrong, there are brilliant conservation projects out here in not just Southern Africa, but all across the globe, that really make it their mission to help animals and to save animals, and that are not exploiting animals for their own benefit and for their own financial pockets. But on the other end, there are people that do it a lot. So that's why I say, always do research. If you are thinking about perhaps visiting, yesterday I spoke about a zoo. Now, for me personally, I'm not a fan of a zoo, because even though as a kid it was super educational, when our parents took us, and I do see a benefit in a zoo. However, that being said, again, most zoos are exploiting animals for their own benefit and gain. So it really comes down to research. Research. If you are going to support something, make sure it's the right thing that you are supporting, whether it's financially or volunteering or, just giving your time to those people, whether you are visiting or volunteering or whatever the case is. And it really is a tricky thing. As I say, I myself, as a kid, our parents took us to a lion park. And it was brilliant back then, and then I grew up and I got into this industry and really saw the harsh realities of everything. And it really broke my heart. Now, you are going to ask me, okay, Lisa, what is the solution then? And it is I really hope my mom is not listening because she will scold me for this. But I think as people, we need to sort of reduce human populations. Now, when I say that, I don't mean the the current population. I just think as humans, we are not thinking when we are reproducing. We are just bringing more and more and more and more and more people onto this earth. And although I won't get into the human aspect of it, if you look at planet Earth, there's not enough space for everything. There is not enough space for animals, for humans. If you look at national parks, private game reserves, all of that, animals migrated. Years ago, animals migrated and they could move as far as the eye can see, and they were just free and they could do whatever they could or whatever they wanted to. And now animals are, of course, in fenced areas, whether it is a national park or whether it is a private game reserve. And I do commend those people, for keeping the animals safe and all of that. But if you really start to break it down, why did that have to happen? What do we drive on? We drive on roads. Roads have become the thing that sort of divides reserves and national parks and all of that. And again, that breaks down to human population. We are always thinking about our own needs, our own self-serving things that we can do for ourselves or for humanity, erecting buildings, all of that. And these animals are just continuing to thrive, even though it becomes more challenging for them. They still adapt, they still acclimate, they still do their thing. And somehow we are not pausing to think, okay, well, maybe we should, just take a little bit of a break. And this is, again, it's, if you have children, that is amazing. I have a niece and a nephew, actually. My niece is now 8 years old and my nephew is 2 years old. Sissy, if you're listening, sorry if I got that wrong. And that's wonderful, They are, of course, we do have to populate as humans, and bring new generations so they can take care of animals and all of that. But the other day I had a conversation with someone and they thought it's blasphemy that I don't want children. And I said to them, I am not bringing children into this world for various, as I say, human aspects, not being able to ensure and guarantee that financially they'll be okay, emotionally they'll be okay, all of that, etc., etc. But purely for the fact that I am not proud to bring a child into this world that I do not at this moment in life see a good future with when it comes to Mother Nature and the ecosystem and everything around us, because we are just so destructive. And I want to be able to leave a legacy for, a child, to be able to say to them, go forth, my child, this is Mother Nature, take care of it like we did, because that would be a lie, because we're not taking care of it. So, yes, it's there's so many discussions we can have around this. As humans, we are just, sorry to say this, but we are a little disgusting. I'm very put off by our behaviors and everything that we do. We tend to think that animals are savages because they eat each other and they kill each other and all of that. If you think about it, we're actually the savages. We are just, as I say, destroying everything, destroying their habitat. And it is so sad. And this is something I wake up with every single day of my life. I promise you, there's not a day that goes past that I think, what can we do more? What, how can I change this? How can I make a difference? And I'm just one person, so I'm not going to be able to change it. But if we all just make a tiny change, it doesn't even have to be radical. If you just make a tiny change, it's really going to make a difference. And the example that I can use is, let's say it is time for an election in your country. You now have to elect a new president, and this is something that often actually happens in our country, in South Africa. People often say, I'm not going to vote because what is my vote going to do to make a difference? Yes, agreed. One vote's probably not going to make the difference. But now you've got a mindset, and I see this especially with young people, people in their early 20s. If 10,000 people are saying that, and that is minute, that is just on a small scale, it can of course be way more. If 10,000 people are saying that, it's 10,000 votes that could have made a difference. And it's the exact same when it comes to Mother Nature, conservation, endangered species, just general game like the wildebeest, the springbok, the kudu, the impalas that we see here, the Egyptian geese. One change, even if that change means you are taking your family to a beach or to a park or something, a dog park or a parkie is what we call it in Afrikaans, and you take a big black bag with you, plastic bag or a garbage bag, and you say, okay, right, we are going to have picnic, but before we do that, let's devote just half an hour to picking up some litter. I know it sucks, believe me, I do. It is horrible because you know you are not the person that lets it be. But that goose, for instance, let's say there's a family of Egyptian geese there, like we see here now. Those tiny ones are not going to, when they are looking for seeds and everything, they don't know the difference between a bead and seeds. Let's say there's a bead, someone's bracelet broke. There's a bead that now lies there. That gosling is not going to stop and say, Mom, Dad, is this humans or is this safe for us to eat? Number one. Number two, they are not going to ask which human lets it go. They are just going to eat it. And I'm sure many of you know the exact same happens with sea turtles, of course. We see so much footage out there of sea turtles that are mistaking plastic bags for jellyfish, and they then ingest that, and again, if not found or if not helped, they then choke on that plastic. So it really is, and the scary thing is it has reached such a radical scale that it almost frightens me, that I always sort of want to linger towards, have we not gone too far down this path yet to be able to salvage it? And that is really a scary thought for me, because it's, what if we have? But we won't know until we start doing something. So, yes, it's a scary thought for me. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Just coming back to rhino poaching itself as well. The other day I had a discussion with someone. Got pretty heated eventually. But they asked me, okay, well, what is your solution then? You just talk about all of this, but what is your solution to rhino poaching then? Because unfortunately, there are a lot of beliefs now around rhino poaching as well, that we should be either dehorning all of them, as I'm sure you've seen on many of our safaris, that when we do show the rhinos, a lot of them are actually dehorned. Now the thing with a rhino horn is it's not a Christmas tree decoration. They need it. But a rhino uses its horn to defend himself, not only against other rhinos, against lions, all of that. So yes, I do understand, dehorning might potentially be a solution. It's still something I'm at war with myself every single day, because I wonder, there are of course pros, there are cons, all of that. Then the other solution is that, a lot of people are, unfortunately, they have I won't mention the area that this was in, but there was a farm that was actually sort of farming with rhinos. I think the guy had 55 or 65 rhinos on his property. And what he's doing is he's just having all of those rhinos, lovely, they are not, it's a fairly big farm, but it is not sufficient for, what is that? Bird. Silly bird, he's probably going to come and land on this camera. But what he then does is, the rhinos are just living there. He's just farming with them basically. Then, what they are doing is they are awaiting the market in South Africa to open for legal rhino horn trading. And then they will harvest those horns and flood the market. Now, as I said, that a rhino horn in itself, depending on the size, of course, how long it is, how old the rhino was, etc., etc., etc. It goes for millions. It's a lot of money, people, but for someone that's trading in the black market, that's small change. Now, for that person now that's got 65 rhinos on his farm, it's wonderful, he's going to get a lot of money. But my question is, what are you giving back to that rhino? It doesn't have any freedom. It's not living the way it's supposed to be living. Yeah, sure, it's, to your thinking, it is probably big enough and sufficient enough, and the rhino is safe, yada, yada, yada. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm sorry if I offend anyone. That rhino is not doing what it's supposed to be, number one. Number two, that rhino is not part of the ecosystem, because it's not in Mother Nature, interacting with other species, interacting with other bloodlines of rhinos, and dispersing, seeds and all of that as it generally would in the bushveld or in nature, whether it's here in Ecuador or in Botswana or in Juma, wherever. So what are you doing to that rhino? Because a lot of people, they say, yes, but I'm not harming the rhino, and would you rather have it killed than when it's in, the wild? You know what? Fair enough. That is fine. If you really want to make a difference then, and I'm talking to or about those people in particular now, and again, this is a harsh discussion. This is a difficult thing to address because a lot of people easily get offended by this. Because people think, okay, well, what are we going to do then? What is the solution? It's difficult. We need to find one. If someone in that position, with that many rhinos, why don't you then sell your rhinos to a private game reserve? Because you can do that. There are permits for that in South Africa. Believe it or not. Sell your rhinos to a private game reserve, to national parks even. And with that money, or donate some money as well to that reserve and have them enhance their anti-poaching team, or sort of make it an agreement, They have to give you daily updates on your precious rhinos that you were Anyway, just using for money at the end of the game. Just do something. This is what I said yesterday as well. But just do something. I don't care what it is, but just do something. Stop something, do something, change something. And again, the only reason, not the only reason, but I think the one thing that sort of lit this fire within me was, as I say, I was 19 years old when I first saw the face of a massacred rhino. And it is not something you ever get out of your mind, I promise you. And sadly with that rhino in particular, he was actually formerly also a victim of poaching. He got away luckily. And so in that process, you do have to sort of just rehabilitate him and make sure they are stable again. And I promise you people, literally a month before we were to release him, he got poached. And the only reason he got poached is because the gatekeeper gave coordinates to his friends, or I don't even know who it was, but that rhino got poached, unfortunately. And when we arrived to the scene, I've never shaken like that in my life. I've never wanted to hit a human being that much in my life. And I've never hated humanity that much. Because it really is, when you see something like that, you just sort of think, how can anyone do this? How is it even humanly possible for someone to think this is okay? And again, a lot of people will then sort of contest and argue and defend their cases and say, well, you don't know what it's like to have 10 dependents and children and a mother and a grandmother and an auntie and whatever, depending on you. That's fine, but why should an animal have to suffer for that? Where did we ever think, it's okay to destroy the animal kingdom? Michelle, good morning. It's so nice to always hear from you too. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's, yes, it is something I've taught myself a long time ago to tell it like it is. Because unfortunately, and I'm sure many of you will agree with me, and this is not just with regards to topics and discussions around wildlife and conservation and animals and Mother Nature in itself. In general, people get offended so easily. It's actually nauseating. You can't say anything anymore without hurting someone's feelings or now offending their culture or their existence or anything like that. I'm not saying we should become insensitive at all. I just think we should start taking responsibility and start having these discussions. Because I promise you, in 10, 20, 50 years, if we don't start doing that, but the generations after us will not be able to have these discussions, and they will not be able to carry forth what we have been fighting for. And again, it is so easy, for me to sit here and rant about this and, let's do better and all of that. But I need it to sink in with people. And that is a constant reminder to myself as well, when I walk past a paper on the ground that someone has thrown there or anything. You constantly sort of have to remind yourself to just do better, do something, help someone. And it's difficult, let's be honest. It is very, very difficult to do good as opposed to doing bad. Or doing illegal, I should say. Alright, but enough of my rant for now. I will let you all take a little bit of a break and ponder on that. And then I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga. He's got some buffalo.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape, where the animals are starting to filter down to the waterholes and things. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And it is humid here today. We had a slight bit of, small little bit of drizzle, little bit of rain overnight, and the humidity has soared through the roof today. And obviously still quite early on in the morning. I mean, what did we, sort of 9:30 already, or only? And these buffalo have already come down to the mud wallows and things. Can't blame them. If I was a buffalo, I'd be doing exactly the same thing. But if you joined us for the sunrise safari, you would have seen here at Kariga we had a lovely morning with a massive journey of giraffe. And I was just doing a little bit of birding, and these buffalo popped up out of nowhere. You kind of think it's hard for such a big animal and so many animals just to kind of pop up out of nowhere, that it wouldn't happen too easily, but they made it happen. With all of these little midges and things flying around with the humidity, I've been having a little bit of a chuckle. It made me think of certain times, before a storm comes in, when obviously humidity goes through the roof as well, and all the flying ants are out and about doing their thing. And I've had it a few times where driving people around, driving guests around, that those flying ants, the winged elates of the termites, they just go everywhere. They go in your ears, they go in your shirt. I remember one person said, listen, I'd love to come for the afternoon safari, but for somebody to pick me up before 5 o'clock, because for the past 2 days, all these winged elates had been coming out sort of like 5:30, 6. This person said no, they'll come on the drive, but just for like an hour and a half, because it's too much otherwise. Those things get everywhere. And all of these little midges flying around here, it's making me think of that. So I apologize if every now and then there's a little bit of a black spot that appears on the screen. These little midges are landing all over the camera. It's not a dirty lens. Not much I can do about these little guys. Terence, thanks for the question. No, not really. The Buffalo Bulls don't really play much of a part in raising the calves. It's more the mother, or it solely comes down to the mother in terms of really raising that youngster. Buffalo Bulls they'll still be around, but it's not like they're getting involved in the day-to-day activities of helping to guide and raise that calf. You can really see these buffalo stretching and trying to maneuver themselves to absolutely cover themselves in mud. That's a good scratch, that. You can see that mud on the side of this one closest to us. That'll obviously be dried mud from yesterday. And you can really see that mud on that car on the back there, how it's like a solid layer of sunscreen. That, I mean, that is SPF 50 right there. Sure, this female's really sorting out that itch that she's got. Dominating the road. That's what you call a roadblock. Oh wow. Look at this one in the mud here. That is a solid effort of covering itself in mud. Wow. Yeah, everybody's starting to move off, it looks like. You can see we've got a few zebra in the background, and then the large majority of the herd behind this cow that we've been having a look at here. So what it seems to be is that everybody's kind of started at the mud, given themselves a good sort of covering here, and then those individuals that we can see at the back, I assume they've potentially been down for a little bit of a drink already. Let's see if there's going to be a small sort of reversal of roles here, you know. If there's been a portion of the herd that's kind of mud wallowed already, and then potentially those members that we can see right at the back of the frame, if they're going to head towards that mud wallow after drinking now. But I'll keep an eye out and see what else we found in terms of reptiles and things today. Just with it being so hot, you know, a lot of those sort of exothermic animals not being able to control body temperature, we might see a bit more of activity from them today. Yeah, so I haven't looked at the weather report of what's due, but just looking around I can see there's a lot of swallows, pearl-breasted swallows moving around. They'll be looking to catch a lot of these little midges and things that are flying around. You know, this humidity is bringing out a lot more insect life. So we should see a lot more sort of activity from our aerial hawking birds today. if we can potentially get something even like yellow-bill kite swooping down to get grasshopper. I mean, imagine if we got some footage of that, even an image of that. Yeah, and something like that, it's hard to be, moving with a bird as fast moving as that. So in terms of your camera settings, remember for your focus, there's a few different focus settings. You've got one focus setting that is pretty much when you press your finger halfway down on the shutter to focus, it will focus on that area where your sensor is on. So if you're tracking a bird and all of a sudden you've focused and then you take the picture maybe 3 seconds later and that bird has flown quite a distance already, your photo will be out of focus. So you need to change your photo, sort of your camera's tracking as it is, to move and track with that bird. So something like AR Servo, which is going to try and track along with that bird. You look at, everyone's heard of all these new mirrorless cameras coming out. Mirrorless cameras have got this new technology that is simply incredible. The tracking capabilities of these new bodies are absolutely unreal. And some bodies are even able to track the eyeball of a single animal. Not the whole animal or whole bird, but the eyeball. Specific things. You can dial in settings for color contrasts and things like that. But, when you've got a piece of equipment on your side that's able to track something's eye, you're giving yourself the best shot, or best chance of getting that shot. But yeah, I mean, in terms of your bird that's moving very fast, you want to give yourself as much room for error, if you want to call it that. So your f-stop, instead of using something relatively wide like f4, maybe even crank it up to f8. You're going to have a greater area that'll be in focus. And now it's bright. It's not like you're going to be forced to push your ISO very high to do that, seeing as it's only getting brighter and brighter. It just gives you a better chance to get that shot. I can hear yellow-bill kites, but there's a few of them flying very, very high up. See, we've got some kudu in the background heading down to the water there. Nice group of female kudu. Oh, maybe we'll be lucky enough and later on to see some male kudu making an appearance. Remember, they've got those big, beautiful spiraled horns. And just see one or two impala starting to make an appearance as well on the left hand side of the frame there. In weather like this, I always think that something like a hippo has got the right idea. Remember, he's got skin that's very sensitive to the sun. So most of the day is going to be staying in water. But when everybody's out of the water sweating away, those hippos have got the right idea. See that buffalo in the center of the frame, how the tail's curled up there, got kind of stuck on that wetter mud. Marcus, thanks for the question. Mirrorless compared to SLR. So basically, in terms of tech, your mirrorless is going to be a newer type of technology. Your SLR is going to have a series of mirrors and things like that, bouncing the light off and things coming in basically. Whereas your mirrorless, like the name suggests, is not going to have as many, or won't have sort of any mirrors and things like that. So it's really different tech. Obviously, with new generation of tech coming in, it's got advances in tracking and focus tracking and things like that we're talking about. Mirrorless bodies also tend to be slightly smaller in size compared to the SLRs, which is quite nice, in terms of if you're wanting to travel from A to B, going overseas and things like that. It's nice to have something that's quite compact. You think of like a 600mm lens. You look at a 600 f4, a fixed 600 f4. It's a huge lens, the older version. It's like a bazooka. Whereas the new lenses that are coming out that are made specifically to go onto these new mirrorless bodies are a lot smaller in size, a lot lighter as well. So remember, an older lens is still compatible with the new mirrorless bodies. You can just buy a small adapter and you will just put that adapter onto your camera body, your new mirrorless camera body, and then you'll be good to go. See, we've got some rhino making their way into the mud wallow. Are they going to bully their way in here? Everybody's making way for them. Oh, buffalo are very obliging. Oh, straight down, not messing around, getting straight to business there.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
maybe that youngster was looking for a bit of attention. Mom very happy to just be very restful in the mud here, and passively telling that youngster, relax, get back in the mud, take it easy, get back into the spa there. And the buffalo are not too far away. Probably not more than sort of 20 meters or so, literally just on the other side of the road here. As you can see, those rhinos are quite happy. They obviously knew the buffalo were here. They approached the waterhole. You can see all of them there. Remember yesterday we saw this this male being quite interested in some of the females. See how closely he's following there? Let's try and see if he doesn't analyze any types of scents or anything like that. Slightly just off to the side of the rest of the herd. Definitely not the biggest cow in the world, that one at the front. And yeah, who knows? Maybe she's slowly starting to come back into estrus, and this male's just kind of showing a little bit of intent, a little bit of interest. Now you can see now that the sun's just starting to poke out from amongst the clouds there. That mud really shining in the sunlight on that cow on the road there. She's having a good sniff. Looking straight at us. Look at the ears out, head slightly up. You can see they're not too far apart. And it was also lovely interaction that we got to see, when was it, yesterday, of that single rhino bull sort of just walking from A to B. And remember, the eyesight of rhinos is not that great, but I'm sure he picked up on the scent or the sound of those buffalo, but how he navigated his way around the herd, of how that herd of buffalo was quite interested, quite intrigued, you know, because they saw him coming. He's a big shaped animal, big bodied animal, lifting their heads, kind of. There was a little bit of snorting, but no real aggression between the buffaloes or the rhino, which is nice to see. There's definitely still some members of this buffalo herd that are not covered in mud at all. And just having a look at this this cow behind these rhino, she's not covered at all. There is a lot of potential space for any other buffaloes to go into the mudwalla if they like. And look at all that space, that free available space there. So a little bit of huffing and puffing coming from the rhino there. You can see those buffalo must only be 5 meters behind them. Um, Brian, it's gonna really be kind of based on size hierarchy, if you want to call it that. Um, let's say there was a herd of buffaloes that was resting in the mud, and a herd of elephant came past. Um, if the elephants really wanted to get to the mud, they'd flare out the ears a little bit, they'd keep coming closer, and I'd really expect the buffalo to kind of get up and potentially move off. If those elephant kind of lingered around and did a little bit of feeding and they weren't showing too much direct interest in getting into that mud now, then it would be fine. But most of the time, it's kind of based on a size hierarchy. We've all heard that the saying that the lion is the king of the jungle. But I mean, if a lion is resting in the bush and a herd of elephants walks past, those elephants going from A to B and the lion is in the way, the lion will get up and move. It's not like the elephants will change direction. Maybe if there's a small calf, there will be some elephant calf. There will be some extra sort of aggression from the matriarch of the herd, kind of warning that lion to move off. So everything's really based on size. I mean, yes, rhinos are bigger than individual buffalo. A big male white rhino being 2,200 kilos, and a big male buffalo being about 700, maybe even 750. But remember, there are usually plenty more buffalo than rhino. I feel like here it's a bit of a stalemate, just because there are two mud wallows very close to each other here, 40, 50 meters apart. So if these buffalo were desperate, they can head to that other one, or even all of that space in front of these rhinos that we were looking at just now. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think the rhinos have won the passive standoff, if you want to call it that. See these buffalo really deciding that they'll give them the benefit of the doubt, give them a bit of space. And even in the last sort of 10 minutes that we've been having a look here, you can see the difference of, it was very glary earlier, but there was quite a bit of cloud cover, and now how with the sun coming out, even the difference in the sort of the color and the light bouncing off of a lot of the horns of these buffalo is different. Looks like these ones might be heading over to potentially the other mud wallow, where there are still lots of buffalo here. So I feel like it's quite nice for both species. Doesn't need to be too much pushing and shoving going on today. You can see right in the distance behind that scotia tree, we've got a wildebeest there. here, right in the distance, there's one of the more beautiful birds that we've got here calling, the Knysna turako. Very tricky bird to see, but you hear him more than you've seen. So a more common sort of widespread turako, or the old name would be lory, is the purple-crested lory throughout most of regions of sort of South Africa. Remember that very characteristic cock, 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 cock. Whereas your Knysna turako is a very similar type of call. It's just almost a bit throatier. It sounds like a sick purple-crested turako, really. Yeah, Livingstone's turako distribution a little bit more sort of reduced, or much more so compared to both the purple-crested and the Knysna. You're really going to be looking for Livingstone's turako far northwest, north coast of the country. So up in sort of Zululand area, you think of the coastal forests there, the coastal belts of sort of Cozy Bay, going all the way up to the border, even sort of Ponta do Ouro type of area in Mozambique. And we all know the characteristic call of the grey go-away bird, the grey lory. And those Knysna turakos, relatively secretive birds, in terms of the area that they like to move around. A big open area like where we are here, you might see one flying from A to B in the distance, but they really enjoy those much thicker, denser areas. And if you think about the habitat that we've got here, let me zoom up for you just to have a quick look. I mean, look in the background there, how dense and thick it is there. We are in the thicket biome here, so there's plenty of amazing areas for them to be moving around. Yeah, earlier on this morning in the sunrise safari, we were kind of chatting about conservation and conservation strategies and things like that. And my mind was kind of just wandering a little bit now. And you obviously you head to all of the reserves here in South Africa, and all of our reserves will kind of have a fence around it at some point in time. The amount of development and things like that, you can't just have lions running around the place all over, and buffaloes and things like that walking through crop fields and whatever. And I was just thinking of different areas throughout the world and their different concepts and strategies and how things are done. You look in a place even like Botswana, where that's not as sort of set in structure. There's some areas where there aren't massive fences around. You think of East Africa, of where wildlife will come into contact with humans, and sort of areas of where there might be housing, and you know how you've got to try and come to a solution in terms of conservation of the animals, as well as working for the local people of the area, how to create a sort of a peace and a harmony amongst the two. You go to areas like even India, where there will be no fences at all, but there's more of a buffer zone concept of a central core area, and then several layers of buffer zones around that core area.
Welcome back to the beautiful Ukukuyo. We have got some springbok stay, as always. And I'm just trying to find some other animals as well. Apart from our beautiful springbok. But it is slowly starting to heat up now for the day. You can definitely see just with a springbok alone, they've been coming and going to the waterfall, so hopefully we get some other animals that are a little hot too and will also be coming to the waterfall. What is that? It's most probably just another springbok. Indeed. But remember, we are live and we are interactive. So please do send through your questions, comments. If you would like to continue discussing conservation, let me know. We can do so. As I say, I can keep you busy for 12 hours straight when it comes to conservation and the importance thereof. I just wanted to check if our eagle has returned, but with no avail yet. Hopefully later, you never know, but I do think they are nesting there, because we have been seeing them every single morning. So I'm not too sure what is up, but hopefully they are having some little ones there. Randy, good morning. You would like to know what conservation efforts are taken for birds. So of course, if you look at it large scale, of course there are actual conservation projects and centers for birds that rehabilitate birds, whether they were caught perhaps in a snare or have gotten injured. I remember when I was working in the States, there was an egret that literally just had one leg. And people would always get so upset, about this egret with just the one leg. But of course, that egret was taken care of, was rehabilitated, and was actually doing very, very well considering everything it's been through. But first things first, in general, for, again, what can we do? Definitely start challenging yourself by doing some birding. Even, if you are just sitting on your porch, wherever you may find yourself. If you're in the States, in Australia, in South Africa, Europe, wherever you find yourself, start doing birding. Because one of the biggest things is actual bird counts, which is very, very, very important. And, sightings that are reported. So, of course, yearly in South Africa, we've got a national sort of bird day that we, all across the country we do birding, and we make an actual list of everything that has been seen and all of that. And that is in attempt, to sort of get as much data as possible and sort of get info on all of the birds. But even if you just as a regular resident on your porch, if you just report some bird sightings that you may have, and that can be anywhere, it could be to an actual organization that you have in your country that might potentially be collecting data of birds, or even, social media pages. That also helps a lot. As I say, I'm not always too fond of technology and social media and all of that, but it actually does help a lot when it comes to data collection of birds specifically. And even more so, if you see an injured bird, definitely report that, because you never know when you could potentially be saving a bird's life. And please do not make the mistake of thinking, oh well, it's just a dove or it's just a lapwing, it'll be fine. Of course, all life matters. And again, as naturalists, we constantly stress the fact that there is a very, very, very fine line between us interfering with nature and letting nature take its course. But if a bird or an animal for that matter is injured because of humanity, so whether it's a snare or litter that it's perhaps swallowed or whatever the case is, then we have to intervene, because that is our doing. And again, I know it's not always fun to take responsibility for someone else, but at the end of the day, we as humans have to take responsibility for animals and do as much as we can. But definitely, yes, there are a lot of conservation projects. You'll often see, specifically in the Greater Kruger, a lot of vultures that you see will be tagged. They'll have like a little bracelet on their leg, as well as martial eagles, a lot of other raptors and birds as well. And that is, they've actually got a number on that tag. So the various conservation projects do communicate with one another, and they'll say, hey guys, we saw number 114208 here in the Greater Kruger. And then they can sort of also build a pattern for birds, because that is of course how we figure out how birds migrate and where they come from, where they go to. So definitely a lot of conservation efforts for the birds as well.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for two at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
But as always, I will keep my eyes peeled on this beautiful waterhole just to make sure, what comes around and what we might see. But I think let us head on over to Djuma so we can see what is happening in the Sabi Sand. And we actually just had a beautiful group of impala as well as waterbuck. But I think they may have headed off now into the shade. Let me just have a look around. Oh, this location never gets old. Come on, animals. Wakey, wakey. Ooh, there's an impala. You are late to the party, my friend. Everyone has left. Just want to make sure, because that group that I did see was actually, they went behind this tree. So I just want to see. Oh, there they are. It's not all of them, but it's some of them at least. And there's been a lot of sparring going on as well between the males, which is, of course, is a sign of dominance, trying to establish who is the better and the bigger and the more beautiful boy. And then they will, of course, sort of try to take on their own harems, group of ladies. Jack, good morning. You would like to know if sparring gets more aggressive during breeding season. I think everything gets more aggressive during breeding season. But yes, definitely. And this is not just necessarily for the impalas. It's for a lot of animals that have a specific breeding season and all of that. Whether they are male lions fighting or perhaps antelopes or elephants. It really does depend on the sexual status of that animal. But yes, generally, just like humans, they sort of go through this peacock phase and they are just absolutely better than anyone else and bigger and stronger and prettier. So definitely, if you think about it, as humans, when you are trying to court someone, you do everything in your power to look good and to sort of give them your attention and all of that, and to draw attention to yourself as well. But definitely a lot of aggression going on during sparring, and even more so during breeding season, because they now have to establish who's the more dominant one, who's the bigger one. So there's a lot of things that come into play, when establishing an actual harem. And getting your group of girlfriends, or wives I should say. Oh, and it is just so green and lush here. I always get so sad when I think about it, in a couple of days, or couple of months, sorry. It is going to be very brown and sort of dry. All of the flowers and everything will be gone. But of course, Mother Nature has to go through the various seasons to rejuvenate the vegetation. And of course, make the animals work and fight for survival. Hello. You guys are really chasing me up and down here. They've done this 3 times now, where they go to one side, then the other side, then the other side. That's alright. Apparently they don't want to be seen. That's alright. We'll look for them again a bit later. Let us see who else is around the waterhole. course, the birds we can hear right now is right above us, the buffalo weavers. In this tree they are busy nesting. And then that... Oh goodness, I have to work on my whistling. The Piet my vrou, or the red-chested cuckoo, as well as the kingfisher every now and again, the chitchir. That is what I love about summer. Not only the birds that are beautiful, but all of the different bird calls that we can hear. And the lapwings and the terrapins seem to just be chilling out on their little island. Let's see if we can find... What is that? I think that might be a heron. Let me just double check. Yes! Woohoo! We've got a green-backed heron. That is super cool. It's something you don't see every day. That is so, so cool. And of course they are fish eaters. They sort of move around and stab the fish or grab them as they move around in the water. This guy seems like he's on autopilot right now. It's rather tricky to actually see the beautiful colors on them, just because of the harsh sunlight right now. Do yourself a favor if you do not know what they look like and go research them. They are truly very beautiful birds. It's one of my favorites, especially when they are hunting. Alrighty. If you don't want to say hello to us, we will come back to you, you silly bird.
And if anyone was able to join us for our sunrise safari this morning, you'll know that I'm now back with my extended family here. Our massive journey of giraffe has made an appearance. They're headed off into the thickets to do a bit of feeding, and they're back in force. Posing for the camera. Remember that little waterhole that we did see them drinking from is kind of just behind where they are now, so not too far away. Yeah, and there's definitely no shortage of animals here. You've got all these giraffe. There are some zebras on the outskirts, which I'll show you just now. Something seems to have picked up the attention of these giraffe. You can see they're all having such a good look. I don't know if there's potentially another giraffe that's maybe coming from a different area up here to join them. Remember, it's quite a loose type of herd structure. Individuals come and go. Here's our zebras slowly cruising along there. So for conditions like this here, where you can see it's quite bright, you know, the whitish colors on the giraffe are quite bright now. So in terms of photographing this, I'd maybe look to underexpose the picture to capture as much detail as possible, and then look how much sort of orangey there is in terms of the little termite mounds and things like that in the foreground, in and amongst all of the green. So there's lots of sort of highlights in the grasses and things, and I'd want to underexpose that. And then in terms of this type of image here, you know, we had a beautiful low angle. But to me, it's so vibrant. There's so much color. Look at these greens and look at these oranges. And then maybe in post-processing, I'd bump up the vibrance a little bit, or maybe even the saturation, just to get those oranges to really pop. Yeah, and some of you may think that's cheating, you know, to kind of tamper, if you want to call it, with your picture in post-processing, you know, Lightroom or Photoshop. And I think that's kind of the world we live in today, you know, we live in a world of technology, really. And if you look at what cameras are able to do, I mean, the new technology coming out is incredible. But still, a camera can't capture what your eye can see in terms of variations of color and more so than that, variations in light, bright highlights and darks. You know, you think of when you have a sunset, your eyes perfectly expose, if you want to call it that. They can get all of the brightness of the sunset correctly, but as well as the shadows, whereas a camera can really only do one of those things, unless you're adding external speed lights and so on and so forth, and you're getting a bit more technological, really, if you want to call it that, a bit more advanced there. And I think you've just got to keep in mind when you do put any of your pictures in Lightroom and in Photoshop, that any changes that you are doing, it's to bring that image to what you saw with your eye. It's not to, alright, there's one giraffe there, I don't want him in the frame, let me clone him out, let me remove him, let me erase him from the picture, let me add a lion behind this giraffe here. You know, because in today's world, it's really not hard if you know how to operate a little bit of Lightroom, how to copy and paste a leopard or a lion and slap him in the picture. And I think less is definitely more in terms of when you are editing your pictures. So rather under-edit your picture than over-edit it. I think there's nothing worse than a slightly over-edit, or not even slightly, a seriously over-edited picture. You know, where sharpness of the image has been absolutely ramped up, your clarity has been shot through the roof, and it's just an unrealistic picture at the end of the day. and everybody's got their own techniques and things like that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know, some people absolutely love Photoshop and things like that, and will stack different layers of images together to create your final image. And that's the sort of the theme and the look that specific individuals go for. And you know, all you've got to do is then state it. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying, "Hey guys, this is a composite of 3 different images that I did. One for the foreground, one for the sky, and one for, you know, kind of in between." But I think less is definitely more. And I mean, I've always had a love for photography, and I've never really done any lessons or anything like that. It's always kind of just been trial and error, and watching a few YouTube videos, reading through different blog posts and things like that. And I've definitely still got quite a way to go to improve. But when I look back on some of the pictures that I took and that I edited, sort of, you look at like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, look back in it now and I kind of cringe and think like, how, you know, why would I do that? Why would I edit in that way? Why would I increase the saturation so much that it was actually beyond what was happening, you know? Or why did I do this? And I guess definitely through your journey, as with most things, you mature in photography, in the ways that you see things and edit things. So it's definitely interesting to go back on shots and see where you've come from and things. But I definitely think with your post-processing, less is definitely more. And I mean, your programs these days, they're powerful, huh? You know, I saw a new program that came out the other day where you're able to actually change the sky, change the background. Ronald, if I understood the question correctly, what advice would I give to a new photo naturalist, to a new person getting into photography? I would probably say it's not as complicated as you think. Even just like the term of Photoshop. Ooh, you know, if you don't know a lot about it, you've heard the power that it has and what you can do with it. Don't get into the nitty-gritty to start off with. I would even try and stay away from diving into a lot of Lightroom and Photoshop, and more just focus on getting out in the bush, taking photographs, you know. Animal behavior is always a nice one to know, that it gives you a bit of time to frame up and get an idea of what's going to potentially happen. You know, if you see these giraffe heading down to the water, that you know in terms of the way they drink, they're going to splay their legs out, and try and work your shot from there. And always when you try and take a picture, think, what am I trying to convey here? What am I trying to show? Don't just snap away aimlessly. And don't beat yourself up as well, because when you do review your pictures on your laptop, they're not going to be worthy of BBC and David Attenborough to, you know, narrate those pictures and whatever. It's a process. All those professionals have taken years and years and have got the finest equipment. So don't be too harsh on yourself. Just get out there, do a little bit of shooting, and you'll be A for a way. can see that giraffe right at the back doing a bit of feeding. Remember that's the Scotia tree, or one of the types of Scotia trees, and it's got those characteristic red flowers at this time of the year. Be good nutrients in those flowers. That'll be good eating. Giraffe are definitely not going to be scared of eating flowers. Remember, you look at a tree like a knobthorn tree. So giraffe are actually the main pollinator of a knobthorn tree. You know, most of your trees are pollinated by bees and other types of insects and things like that. You don't get too many trees that are pollinated by mammals. But a giraffe will go and feed on something like that knobthorn, getting those flowers and things like that. And a lot of pollen in the process will get deposited onto the mouth, onto the nose area of that giraffe, and he goes from tree to tree, deposits pollen from here to there, and shablang, he's doing his job. Yeah, no shortage of giraffe here. Ruminating away. I've always found giraffe a little bit of a trickier subject to photograph. I feel like in terms of facial expressions, they don't give you too much to work with. There isn't a huge degree of variation, and it's a bigger animal in photographing it than you think. I mean, height, very tall, obviously, from the front of the face to the back of the body. It's quite a broad area that you need to get in focus, and it's definitely a whole lot easier, I feel like, to maybe zoom out a little bit and get a sort of a wider angle of giraffe. Some people have just got some species and things that they struggle a little bit more with. I've always struggled to capture an emotive type of picture of a giraffe, something that really draws you in. But that's just me, Did see an amazing picture of giraffe the other day. I think it was taken in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a big group of them, must have been about 10, 15 or so, all standing at the top of this ridge line. And something had obviously caught their attention, and they were looking straight in the direction of the photographer. He was a bit lower down. They must have been at the top of like this ridge line. And there are these huge storm clouds building in the background behind them. And he's converted the picture to black and white. So it's quite simple, obviously, in terms of your color tones. Your giraffe are more silhouettes than anything. And he's just captured, there's such emotion and feeling in the build-up of those clouds. And I feel like by changing the picture to black and white, it's really minimized any other type of distraction. But I feel like, when you do shoot in black and white, or take the picture and then convert it to black and white, you've got to go to black and white purposefully, you know. You can't just take a picture and then think like, oh, let me change it to black and white. You know, like in this scene here of these giraffes, shooting in black and white would be a horrible idea. You can see how the orange of the giraffe is sticking out from the greeny type of environment. There isn't much sort of subject separation. It's quite a busy background in terms of behind all these giraffes, behind the scotia tree, there's all of the thicket vegetation and things like that. So it's not really a clean background, and by taking it to black and white, I feel like you're going to lose potentially even more contrast from those giraffes to the greener background and things like that. So changing your picture from color to black and white, it's not like it automatically just makes it better because it's different. I mean, if you do, we're talking about that picture of the giraffe with the storm clouds in the back. If you do change your picture to black and white for something like those clouds, in Lightroom you go to your HSL tab for your color. Even though it's black and white, there's lots of different colors that you can still toggle to create different feelings. There's your blues, your reds, your yellows, your greens. For your blue slider, move that up and down, move it to you know, left and right, and have a look at the change in the sort of the exposure of those clouds, because there's usually a lot of sort of blues and colors like that in the clouds. You know, areas, the blue surrounding the clouds, magenta as well. Toggle that a little bit, and yeah, you'll be amazed to see what that can do. When you are toggling that slider to the side, just to keep a careful eye on the actual picture as well, and make sure that the pixels don't become pixelated because too much of a drastic change.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Everybody's potentially heading for a little bit of shade. Things are definitely starting to cook this side of the world. Barefoot, thanks for the question. Yes, yeah, they're made of keratin. Both hooves and horns are made of keratin. You got to remember, with the horns of a lot of animals, there is a underlying layer of bone, which is essentially covered by keratin. So it's not like it's everything that you're seeing is solid keratin. There's bone covered by keratin, which is obviously the same as our fingernail. Have you ever seen so many giraffe trying to stuff themselves as tightly packed as they can there to get a bit of shade? And there's plenty of giraffe under there. See that in the foreground, what looks like dust swirling? Those are those little midges I was talking about earlier. Did you guys see that? There's these little pockets that form every now and then of it looks like, you know when you see scenes from maybe even like Okukuyo, where it looks like there's dust swirling in the background from the wind kicking it up? That right there was little choggies. Those are the guys that are cruising around in your ears and things sometimes when you're moving around, when it gets really humid before a storm. I hope you guys saw that, because I've actually been wanting to try and get that to show everyone for a while. So I'm glad everybody knows now that I am sane, that I haven't been talking about all these little midges flying around all the time, and there's actually nothing here. Yeah. Maybe zoom out here, I'll show you what else is happening in the surrounding area. So we've got still one or two more giraffe up here. Last sort of remaining members of the journey. And then we've got quite a few eland. See if I can focus here. Yeah, I've got one or two eland, some blesbok, giraffe right in the background down there. And then our herd of buffalo that we had closer to that mud wallow, they've actually now moved off completely. And starting to slowly shift across, possibly to do a little bit of grazing. Chad, thanks for the question. I'm giving this a good piece of thought before I answer you, but the only answer I can come to is the penis of the male buffalo. Let me see if I can zoom into this chap here. That strip of hair hanging down is the penis sheath. And obviously, when it comes time to do the deed, his equipment will pop out of that sheath there. So that's the only thing I can think of. Obviously the cows will not have this little strip of hair hanging down. Yeah, still following his lady around quite closely there. See our blesbok in the background. terms of the direction of movement of where these buffalo are heading, it is kind of straight in the direction of those giraffe that we saw earlier. Remember, there was that, or there is still that little water hole. So you see what the male's doing there, that male buffalo, how he's putting his chin on the rump of that buffalo, of that cow. That is part of the courtship sort of process. That sort of obviously physical interaction there. You can see how she's not very accepting of him. The minute he puts his chin there on her rump, she's gone. She's not keen. So either he's got to put a few more hard yards in there, or potentially she's not even in estrus and he's just trying his luck. But in terms of putting the chin on the sort of the rump, that's quite a common type of behavior throughout a lot of the species. Whether it be your kudu or whatever type of antelope you're thinking about. Quite a similar process. Quite mesmerizing watching them almost walk through the frame in waves. Sun goes behind the clouds, then in front of the clouds. The next wave of buffalo come. Quite therapeutic almost. definitely a beautiful day here in the Eastern Cape. Martin, thanks for the question. I think in terms of a solution to poaching, I really think it stems down to education. That's why we're driving, things like back to school from the 23rd to the 27th. Educating the next generation. Because at the moment, obviously, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. I don't think I can give you the solution, because if I had the solution, other people, I'm sure, would have thought of it and we wouldn't have poaching anymore. I think it's a number of facets of education, and obviously we need to keep up our anti-poaching in terms of using dogs, using choppers, sort of informants even in sort of some community areas and things like that. There's obviously many different opinions and things. Some people are of the opinion that maybe we should legalize the trade of rhino horn. It's very difficult. I don't know if I can give you one solid answer. You look at something, like talking about rhino poaching and having Tundi on the reserve here, who is pretty much the face of anti-poaching. It's incredible. But it's pretty scary to think that there is a potential chance of rhinos going extinct. We've obviously got different species of rhino. We've got black rhino and white rhino in South Africa. You've also got to bear in mind there's Sumatran rhino, Javan rhino, and the greater one-horned rhino. You look at your most endangered of those 5 species, that's the Sumatran rhino. They guesstimate there's less than 50 of those rhino left. 50. And if you think you've got 50 rhino left, your genetic pool that you've got, genetic variation, is not all too much, really. Look at your Javan rhino, a few more of them. Still less than 100. And then you've got your greater one-horn. So of those that are found more in sort of Asia, you've got around 4,000 of them. Within South Africa, we're only going to have, like I said, your white rhinos and your black rhinos, with more white rhino than black rhino. White rhino, I haven't checked the latest stats, but will be around under 20,000 now, I'd imagine. And black rhino slightly more, or around 5,000. So it's scary, huh? It's very scary to think of the process that we're going through. Scary to think that the next generation may not get to see rhino, And at the end of the day, like we talked about coverings of horns and things, it's keratin, it's fingernail. There's no real benefit to it other than sort of the demand that's been created. Yeah, I can see the first members of the herd have got to that little mud wallow that we talked about. This will be the second sort of bout of heading to the waterhole, so you can see there's no real rush for everybody. Everyone's taking it slow. You can see our giraffe in the background there. So pretty much between this buffalo on the left and the giraffe is that little mud wallow. Maybe I might look to potentially reposition here, see if we can get a view of these buffalo in the water. I think let's maybe take you across and see what Lisa's got while I do that.
Thank you, Nick. We have got some impalas. We had some waterbuck as well, but the impalas have now finally decided to to sort of decide on a direction. They were back and forth the whole time, and as you can see, they are now just slowly moving around, grazing. Of course, being mixed feeders, they do eat grass and leaves, and as I mentioned, even more so in the summertime, they will really eat anything, flowers as well, fruits, berries, seeds, or seed pods I should say. But yes, Nick, just to come back to that topic on conservation and poaching and all of that, it really is a difficult thing to discuss. I definitely agree with you. But I was actually, one thing that came to mind for me as well earlier on, I remember one of my friends, he's actually now married to an American lady. It's one of my friends, and they now live in the United States. But he was a guide with me, or naturalist with me at my former lodge. And they were actually in a hyena sighting. And I apologize for giggling, it's just I see his face explaining this whole sighting. But what had happened was they were in a hyena sighting, spotted hyenas, and he was obviously observing the animals, and he had a guest right next to him in the passenger seat. And as he turned around to sort of make eye contact with the guest whilst he was narrating, of course, this guest hit him in the face because he threw, I'm not laughing at the situation, I'm just laughing at how Andre explained it. But this guest hit him in the face because he threw a piece of biltong, which is of course dried meat, or many of you in the States will know it as beef turkey. He threw this to the hyena. And Andre immediately left the sighting. He was infuriated and he came back to the lodge. Now, the reason I'm telling this story is, as I said earlier, you know, we tend to think that when we make a change for conservation, we immediately think of, okay, well, I don't have the answers, you know, for world hunger, for people, but also in terms of animals. I don't have the answer to rhino poaching and all of that. But things like this happen so often in places like our national parks, Kruger, Pilanesberg, so many places, and you know, people getting out of their vehicles in areas where they shouldn't be. And the thing that infuriates me about those sort of things is that if something happens to a person, that animal will get shot, and you know, the person carries on as if though nothing happened. But who was really in the wrong? And it was the same for Andre that day. You know, he was so angry because he said to the guest, what makes you think this is okay? You are trying to, not only did you just smack me in the face, but you are trying to feed a wild animal. And this happens so often. National parks, even in the garden route in Cape Town. You know, a lot of people are feeding the baboons and all of that. I remember when I was working at Disney as well. In a lot of the theme parks, there are so many birds, you know, that sort of come to the restaurants and the tables because people are feeding them their fries and their bread and everything. And there are clearly signs that say, you know, no feeding of the animals whatsoever. And I remember the one day I was on one of my off days and we went to a water park. And there were also people feeding. Now, of course, you know, as I say, I was off, so I wasn't allowed to scold anyone technically. But there were people feeding these birds. And as I said, it was fries and things like that, which is delicious to us. But remember, if it's not healthy for us, what do you think it's going to do to the stomach of a bird? And I addressed these people and I said to them, listen, I'm so sorry, but can you please not feed them? I am a cast member. And these people got so upset because who am I? I'm not the president. How dare I tell them that they are not allowed to feed the birds? And again, it's such a simple example. And this just brings me back to, as humans, we are so scared of confrontation. And believe me, I've been hated a lot, not just in my career, in life as well. Because I've had this mad passion for animals since I was in school. And often when you do tell people, listen, don't do that, it's not the right thing to do, then people don't like it. Or you get known as a snitch or whatever the case is. But we need to start taking responsibility because it is just going to continue and continue and continue. So if you perhaps visit a national park and you see people doing things that they shouldn't be doing, address it. It's not correct. Because I promise you that person is going to be defensive in the moment. But they will be thinking about it afterwards. That I can definitely guarantee you. And even if they don't, then at least you know you tried.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So, of course, as I was saying, it's nothing real or nothing worth discussing nowadays is easy to address. Unfortunately, we live in a world of followers and social media, and we are focused on how many followers can I get and how many people can I impress, and it is all so superficial. If we spend more of our focus and our time on actual research and looking into why is this bird endangered, why is this bird near extinct, as opposed to, and I'm preaching to myself as well, please do not get me wrong, I know I too am guilty of this. Sometimes you go on your phone and then 3 hours later you find yourself in Narnia on the web. You are watching various videos, etc. And I was actually referring to this yesterday. My niece, even though she's a massive wildlife enthusiast, so she does watch documentaries and shows about wildlife, often she can find herself, 3 hours later watching a video on YouTube about a gamer that is playing a game live. Then I'm like, what are you learning from this? It is not, what are you doing? And as I say, we all do this. We are all guilty of this, and I'm not saying it's wrong, not at all. I'm just saying we need to sort of reshuffle our focus and reprioritize when it comes to what is important to us and what is going to be difficult to address but necessary to address. And as I say, if you find yourself perhaps in a national park and you see people out of their vehicle, I know it's scary to confront people, believe me. I was not always this loud and proud person. I was a very shy person. I would let people walk all over me. And then eventually I just came to a point specifically. I think actually the radical change in my behavior was due to that rhino carcass that I saw, as I explained earlier on. And it sounds weird, but it really made a massive mind shift change for me. Because I just realized what people are capable of. And I'm not saying people are all bad. We are not. We have so much potential, so much talent, and so much power actually to make a difference. And it really does sound silly when I say, just report an injured hyena, or just make sure you tell the local ranger in that park that you saw people littering or whatever. It is not about snitching. It is about taking responsibility and confronting the problem that is massively, so obviously in front of us. But we are afraid because what if I offend someone? What if that person gets defensive with me? So what? Let them. And even more so, if you've got children, if you've got nieces, nephews, grandchildren, whatever the case is, it is even more so your responsibility. And I've had this confrontation with many guests. The last 10, 11 years that I've been doing safaris, people have said to me, well, I don't have children, so I don't really care what gets left behind. But how selfish and arrogant are we to think like that? But anyway, I will let you chew on that piece of information again. And I'm going to send you to Ralph in Amakhala.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. We have come out and we're near to the Leeuwenbosch Pan, and this is where we are right now. And we've caught up with these white-tailed gnu, or the black wildebeest, with lots of little babies, and they've been drinking from this little waterhole that where there is some water in it, but it's I always find it fascinating how those little fellows can literally run and keep up with their parents within a couple of hours of being born. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK with me. How's it, BK?
How's it?
And how's it to all of you once more? So welcome aboard as we are escaping to nature here with these black wildebeest. There's also a lot of eland. They do call them the Cape eland. that are starting to make their way down. I think they're also going to go for a drink. So it might be quite nice now. This time of the day is very good to sit next to a waterhole. And this one is quite well visited during the heat of the day, especially by the Plains game. Being Eland, the wildebeest. Yesterday we also had lovely herds of zebra coming down here, and there were quite a few harems that came together, so there was lots of conflict next to the water, which makes for very interesting behavior. There was lots of chasing each other around, kicking and biting, as well as scratching up the dirt. So today, a little bit of different species that are here, but wonderful to watch, these eland and the black wildebeest, especially with all their little babies at this time of year. And so a little bit later, I'm going to try and go and catch up with the cheetah, the male cheetah, the 3-male coalition. I have received news that it seems late yesterday afternoon, they were seen with a little piglet, warthog, that they had caught and killed. So, as small as it might be, it's very significant in the greater scheme of things, because those 3 cheetah really have been struggling to catch anything to eat. And if they have been able to catch, even if it is a tiny little warthog piglet, it's still quite significant in the grand scheme of things. Now, if we just look a little bit closer at this eland right in the middle, it seems it's got a very well deformed horn. It's going straight out the side. That's interesting. Haven't seen that before. It's like it broke when it was young, and then it's continued to grow out the side, but it might be just a pure deformity. You do sometimes find that, but that's quite a strange horn growth that I haven't seen before. Very interesting. Looks to be a female. Well, it's different, that's for sure. There's quite a few of the red-billed oxpeckers, and they're on both the black wildebeest and the eland. Remembering the red-billed oxpecker, they are cooperative breeders. And in difference to the yellow-billed oxpecker, the red-billed oxpecker, they comb through the hair in like a slicing motion as they go through it. So they comb through the hair and they find the parasites like that, whereas the yellow-billed oxpecker literally pick off each individual tick when they find it. They don't comb through the hair like the red-billed oxpeckers do. Nice big bull that. It's also full of the oxpeckers, and I'm sure helping to keep the pests' numbers down. Hear the clicking of the toes as it walks. Well, our patience has paid off, and now all these eland are coming down for a drink, so that's awesome. It's quite tricky during the middle of the day to decide where to go to sort of get some nice sightings. It's the time of the day when we generally don't go out on safari, so that's why we generally go out in the early morning, late afternoon. That's when the animals are most active. The middle of the day, you know, when it gets hot, the animals do pretty much like we do. They seek shade. They're pretty lethargic. They conserve their energy, and they stay quite immobile. So it's generally not that productive to go out in the middle of the day to go on safari. And well, that's why whenever we do find some nice sightings, it's normally around the waterholes. And for me, generally, you know, elephants coming to bathe in the middle of the day when it's very hot. That's sort of a normal go-to for me. As a safari in the middle of the day, it's probably one of the best sightings to get is elephants spraying themselves with water, and there may be a bit of a dust bath. So, and then obviously just getting lucky like this, with the wildebeest and the eland coming down for a drink. But I'm pretty sure after this they'll probably be going seeking shade as well. It's going to get rather hot today. It's probably mid-30s Celsius. So it's not going to be cool, and there's not much wind to speak of. So rather hot. So we're going to be taking in lots of fluids, as are the animals coming down to drink. So, but nice to have the eland here now. You see that big bull, he almost turns, they turn like a bit of a grey colour once they get a bit bigger and older. So Nathan, they're not always darker than the females, but once they do get a little bit older and they mature into nice big bulls, then they can be a little bit darker, greyer. But you can also find that with the females, they can also get a little bit of a grey colour. So in their youth, they're this nice sort of fawny brown, and as they get much older, there's a nice bull there, and then they start to turn that bit of a grey colour, and you can see with the nice thick horns as well, big tufts of hair between the horns and down the forehead, and the females sort of generally staying a little bit more of a fawny colour. It's you can see a little bit more of that grey colour with the big bulls. And once again we're hearing the clicking of the toes as they walk. He is a lovely specimen. They can get over 800 kilograms. Beautiful specimen this guy is. So they seem to have had their drink very quickly and moving off. Remembering that eland are not water dependent. They can actually survive without standing water. But when it's available, they will drink. But as we saw there, very brief little drink that they had. The wildebeest seem to drink a lot more. They're water dependent, as are zebra. But eland, they can survive in a lot more arid conditions and water scarce environments than the other animals that are around here. So they're a little bit more specialized. And just lovely to see the red-billed oxpeckers on these animals, because it was between 5 and 10 years ago there were none here in the Eastern Cape, and they have been reintroduced, and a couple of breeding projects have performed fantastically, and they've really bounced back. As I say, the wildebeest the eland is starting to move off, but it looks like the wildebeest might come down for another drink. I don't think they were quite done just yet. Maybe made way for the eland. So in black wildebeest, also endemic to Southern Africa. You don't find them anywhere else in the world. So just one lone zebra there. I would imagine that it's a stallion that hasn't quite been able to get himself a harem just yet. And the oxpeckers look like they're enjoying combing through his hair. See a little bit of shaking of the skin as it irritates him. Not be that bad though. I think it's quite ticklish. Some on the legs, jeepers, that one's full of them. It's a taxi with takeaways. Meal on wheels. You often find wildebeest following zebra. Well, it seems in this case, zebra is around with the wildebeest. Wildebeest are these black wildebeest, not very selective in their grazing, but they do prefer short grass. Whereas zebra, they're totally unselective. They just bulk grazers. So they'll eat long, short, whatever they may find. So that's why often you do find wildebeest following in behind the zebra, because it's almost like the zebra prepare the grass for them. They're feeding on longer grass, and then the wildebeest coming in and feeding on the shorter grass. And that goes right through when you see in the migrations in the Masai Mara, you have the zebra moving in front of the wildebeest. And it's performing exactly that function, as I say, the zebra being unselective, bulk grazers, and the wildebeest, especially the blue wildebeest, being more selective and liking that shorter grass. But a little bit different, the black wildebeest versus the blue. You don't find them in the same areas, geographically speaking. I'm sure this wind is still going to pick up, but for now it's deadly still and getting rather hot. And we're the only ones out. Everybody else has gone back to the lodge, probably enjoying a little bit of poolside relaxation. A little bit of grazing going on, but lots of just milling around. Some of the babies lying down, catching a snooze. So the African myth or legend is that the black wildebeest is the wary but wise old fool of the veld. So there's quite a bit to be said, but I'll get back to that in a minute. So, Chad, you wanted to know about eland and if they're related to bushbuck. So, yes, eland are in the same group as kudu, nyala, and bushbuck, and that's being the tragophanes or the spiral-horned antelope. And the eland, obviously, with its genus and species being Taurotragus oryx. But yeah, they're in the same group as the bushbuck, kudu and nyala. Which means that they also all do direct register when they walk, which means that the front foot gets put down and the back foot steps directly in that same track as the front foot on a normal walking gait. So I'm just getting back to the wildebeest. We're chatting about them. You see, when we say spiral horned, with looking at these eland, look closely at the horns. It's not like they have curled horns like kudu. That's like a really big curl in it. But if you look very closely, you can see that there is that twisting of the horn itself, on itself, as opposed to sort of making that real curl like a kudu, but it still does twist around. Very similar to that of a bushbuck as well. So they have that same twisting of the horn, but it grows within that straight spike that it rests on. Everybody moving across there now. Back to the wildebeest. So we were saying that wary but wise old fools of the veld. That's part of the African legend, and it is said that when they were made from bits and pieces that were left over after all the other animals had been made. So they got the face of a mule, a goat's beard, the horns of a cow, and the body of a horse. And they do behave as if sometimes these bits and pieces want to go in different directions. And they start cavorting around, leaping up and down, and kicking their heels in the air. And it's always as if there's no apparent reason. Now, in the middle of the day when it's hot like this, they don't jump around at all. But the Afrikaners, and this is where we get their name, is the wildebeest. So it's like the wild cow. The Dutch would call them gnu, which is obviously a lot to do with the way that they call. In Kiswahili, it's known as nyumbu. But the Xhosa, they say ingu. And the Bushmen, they also say mu. So it's all down to the way that they call. And that's part of their call, but they also do make a bird-like chirp, which is like a it's quite a funny call indeed. You would not think that it actually comes from an antelope.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
There's a little bit of running around like we've spoken about. It's shaking of the tail and kicking up of the dust, but not much. It's a little bit too hot, I think, for exerting too much energy. There goes the swishing of the tails. Randomly running around for no apparent reason. So I'm pretty sure that we will be able to catch up with the cheetah, but I'm also pretty sure that in this kind of heat, they're probably just going to be lying flat in the shade, but still worth a gander and a look in. We didn't find them yesterday afternoon, but they were found very late, and they had killed a little piglet. So that is wonderful news. Now, they've also moved to an area that they haven't been in since I've been following them. So they've moved sort of closer towards the Bushmans River Basin. So they've left the western side and they've gone a little bit more on the northeastern side of the reserve itself. So we're just going to go and see if we can catch up with them after we finish here. Maybe as we go, we might bump into the odd elephant, which would be nice. I know where the lions are, but they're down in the drainage line, down in the Bushmans River Valley itself. And tough to find them in those thickets. And they will definitely be lying up, sleeping in the shade. Cheetah can still move around when it's hot like this, but generally lions, they'll be sleeping. It's very rare that you'll see them moving around when it's hot. But stranger things have happened. It's all possible, but in general, you won't see lions moving around when it's hot. The life of wildebeest. Well, you can see all the babies now lying down and taking their rest. This is sort of the time of the day when antelope and prey species or game would actually get their sleep in the middle of the day. At night time, they need to be quite alert and concerned with the predators that could be active. And so it must be quite an unnerving time for the prey species, because it's when the lions move around and when they are potentially going to be attacked. So this time of the day is when they can relax and they can catch a little bit of sleep. So, I think that was lovely time spent with this eland and the black wildebeest and the one striped zebra. But I think it's time now that we head and we see if we can go and catch up with those spots. And while we see if we can actually go and find them, we had one animal that had stripes, but it seems like Lisa's got a few more.
Thank you, Rolf. Wonderful morning, or well, now actually afternoon that you are having there in the beautiful Amakhala. Yes, we finally have some zebras too. No foals, but that is perfectly okay. I am so fine with it. And of course they are leaving. Woo! Hi. You snuck up on us. I've been so focused on these zebras. I did not even know we had an oryx. I almost said an oxpecker. Listening to Rolf talk about the oxpecker. This is an oryx in the water, not an oxpecker. Significant size difference between the two. And of course, you know, different animals. That is so cool. That is definitely a sign for me that things are slowly getting back to normal. So of course, just like the eland, as well as the springbok, oryxes do not need a lot of water. They are not water dependent. They can actually go for quite a lengthy time without water. However, as Rolf mentioned, when you do have water, you will of course use it, whether it is to actually cool down physically or drink, or do both like this oryx. And just like the eland, both male and female will have these beautiful horns. That's just lovely. I rather enjoy this water. I can't decide. Should I come back or should I have more now? Imagine you had to drink your own bath water. Like, or sitting in a swimming pool and drinking the actual water that you're standing in. Rather odd. I actually just want to make sure, because since yesterday this location particularly has been sounding like we're at the ocean. I'm not sure if it's not really windy out here, so I don't think it's the wind. But if it's water rushing, where could it be coming from? Of course, no, this is a man-made water hole. And so if necessary and required, it can be filled up by the conservation management team. However, I'm not too sure. It doesn't seem... Ooh! Look at this. We should just be focusing on one thing, you know, and then as we pan around, then something else has shown up in the meantime. So of course these cement blocks you see off to our right, just at the water with the actual pipe, that is what allows it to fill this water hole. But again, you know, that'll only happen if it really comes to that point. If the rain is really late, the water hole is slowly drying up. So, as Rolf mentioned, the kudu are one of the antelope species that just the males have the horns. You can see there's one young male that is not nearly close to as how impressive they actually become. They've got beautiful spirals in their horns, and their horns can get rather large, or tall I should say. So he is technically still a mama's boy, that is why he's still with the females. Of course, if it was a big male, then it might have been a male that has potential sights on courting them for the breeding season. But this would be a male that is actually still under the protection of his mommy. welcome back to Ukukuyo. We just wanted to tease you with some buffaloes. Now we'll get back to Nick in a little bit. For now, I do just want to have another look-see around. Apparently, if I focus on one animal, or a couple of them, then the other animals seem to make their arrival. So you never know. Alrighty, I just quickly want to take us over to Juma because I need your help with IDing something very interesting. What on earth is this? I was just scanning around on the dam cam and I have no idea what this is. I have asked the lovely Taylor. Of course, we know she is very good with her critters and her tiny or the smaller creatures. And she too is also saying it's definitely a type of fly, the order of the Diptera. But even Taylor doesn't know. If you have any clue on what this might be, it is very fascinating. It's got beautiful colors to it. Just give me a moment. Hopefully I can get a closer look. It's literally right on the tree where we've got our dam camera. Oh, come on, camera, work with me. I want to look at this freaky looking fly. Just give me a second. Come on, come on. As I said, it's literally right under the camera. That's why we're struggling to focus a little bit. Almost there, almost there. There. Please let me know on your thoughts if you by any chance know what this might be. And I'm not sure if it's just our angle, but it seems like it's just got one wing. As I said, could just be our angle perhaps. Eugene, you've got the same name as my brother-in-law. I know, right? Technology is no, there's the other wing. We're all right, it's fine. Technology is rather brilliant, and it really does help us out so much. As I say, I was actually just, looking around and trying to see what else is around. And then I saw this tiny thing on the tree and I thought, let me have a look-see. As I say, I do not know what this is. I've even asked Taylor. Taylor is not too sure. She'll see if she can ID it a bit later. But it is definitely a fly of some sort from the order Diptera. But how fascinating. Huh? This is really what it's all about. Today we've been chatting a lot about conservation. And I know a lot of people are not fond of creatures and critters and creepy crawlies and all of that. But of course, everything, whether you think it's relevant or significant or pretty or not, every single thing on this planet is here for a reason, including you and I, but the animals even more so. It's a very fascinating little thing, this. Just want to see if it's going to do anything. Is it going to clean itself or perhaps fly away? Oh wow, look at that. How fascinating. Of course, just cleaning itself, cleaning the eyes. And again, how fortunate are we to be able to seeing this live as it's happening. No, camera, help me out. There we are. Continue as you were. This is super fascinating. And I'm definitely trying to see if I can see what fly this is. As I said, no, you silly thing. I don't even feel bad about not being able to ID it, because even Taylor, the creepy crawly whisperer, is not too sure on the exact ID of that guy. Just to give you an idea how close that was and how tiny that was, let me see if I can just zoom us out a little bit. Zoom, zoom, zoom. How incredible is that? That we got to witness all of that on the tree bark. And now it's gone, and I will never know. No, I'll definitely look into it, and again, I will correspond with Taylor and see what she thinks. I will be brutally honest with you. I'm not as clued up as Miss Taylor. But working on it, we all, of course, have our own specialties. But definitely a fly of some sort. Lisa's fan club, you are back. Good afternoon. You are asking if it's not a fruit fly. I don't want to lean towards that purely because of the coloration. It was very dark, I almost want to say. So I don't think so. However, as I say, it's possible. I have no clue what it was. So it's definitely possible that it could have been that. And as I say, I will definitely research. I will correspond with Taylor in terms of what she thinks about it. Because at first glance, she was not able to ID it. So I will most definitely get us an answer. But that was super fascinating, hey? Just being able to see the colors, the eyes, see how it's grooming itself. Just want to have a look-see and see if any of the antelope are still around that have been hanging out for the day. We've had some waterbuck, impalas. Just want to see. Ooh, those are nyalas. Good afternoon. Oh, that is a pity. Earlier on, our Zoomy had some oxpeckers bathing on this little island. But that being said, there were quite a few impalas around as well. So I think it may be due to the impalas that have actually moved off. Hi, noisy Egyptian geese. Where are your tiny ones? Your offspring. Haha, there they are. Alrighty, I'm going to try and ID the silly fly that we just saw, and of course keep an eye on our water holes. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Nick so we can see how his buffalo are doing.
Yeah, our buffalo are still doing well this side of the world. They had a quick dip in their little mud wallow that we were talking about, that they were heading towards. And now they've come to a rest, not too far away, only 50 meters or so. You can see we've got some giraffe in the background. Obviously with so many animals in this herd, so many buffalo in this herd, when they do go to a waterhole and decide to drink or wallow, they kind of dominate that waterhole. If there's any eland that want to come and have a drink, the giraffe kind of bide their time and will just watch them and kind of wait until they shift on. Whereas it's a bit more different with like the rhino that we saw earlier. Remember, right at the start of Escape to Nature today, we had the buffalo in one of the mud wallows, and the two rhino walked up and kind of just, they didn't even really muscle their way in. They kind of just walked in, and the buffalo prodded on, just went off and kind of did their own thing. So it's always interesting to watch these different relationships and relations between species. Jacques, thanks for the question. I don't think there's a stock standard answer to that, but a large portion of the day is definitely going to be sufficient there. You look at it as a general rule of thumb. Earlier on in the morning when it's cooler, they will do quite a lot of active feeding, and then later on in the afternoon when it also starts to get a bit cooler. Midday like this, you can kind of see everybody's taking it easy and ruminating. Obviously, there's always going to be the exception to the rule. You can see here these two individuals still doing some active feeding. But as a general rule of thumb, throughout the course of the day, definitely quite a few hours is going to be spent ruminating. And it's been very interesting to watch the advances of this bigger bull at the back here on this cow. Throughout the course of most of the day, wherever she goes, he goes. And we talked a little bit earlier about sort of that body contact, the chin of the male going on the rump of the female. And she's still playing hard to get. But in terms of the amount of time actively feeding versus ruminating, I guess it also depends to a degree upon the area, the resources, the grasses, the condition of those grasses. You head to an area where the grasses maybe aren't as long, maybe there's been lower than normal rainfall. Those grasses that they need to get, they can't find as much as easily. They'll have to actively feed more throughout the course of the day than compared to ruminating. Whereas obviously if there's no shortage of grasses, then maybe they'll ruminate more than they would if it was a drought. But I feel like being a ruminant is definitely, it's an advantage. The dominant grass type on Kariga. Thanks for the question, Susan. Sure. I know at least where we are here, there's quite a lot of couch grass in this area here. So that's going to be a very plentiful grass. I would say that's going to be right up there. It depends upon area to area. If you go down to some of the more riverine areas, you're going to find different grasses there compared to here. I would probably say in an area like where we are here, couch grass is going to be quite an important one. But I must say, there's still a lot of areas on Kariga where I haven't been to. So it's going to be very dependent upon where you go. So Lisa was showing you guys the Egyptian goose with the little goslings a bit earlier, and it did make me have a little bit of a chuckle. So when I did my training to become a guide, everybody's got to learn different aspects. Certain people come into a training course maybe having a background in, let's say, birding, and are pretty sharp with birds, whereas other people are really starting from ground zero, in terms of both visually IDing a bird as well as calls. And this one chap, he wasn't known as being the greatest birder, but he really tried. I mean, he would always give it his best effort. And so we went to this waterhole the one day, and we're going around the waterhole, and we're pointing out, he has a yellow-billed duck, there's a grey heron, there's a little grebe. And one of the guys said, look at the little goslings there. And everyone's like, yeah, cool, nice. Anyways, this other chap, he didn't say anything. And we saw him, paging through his bird book that evening. And the next day he came and he said, guys, I know I'm not good at my birding. I still laugh at it. But yesterday at this waterhole, you guys talked about, that bird species, the gosling. I can't find this thing. I've been through the whole of my Sasol bird book, and I cannot find this gosling. And the guy's like, what? Like, no, there's definitely no bird species called a gosling. And we finally figured out it was the Egyptian goose goslings that we had seen, and he thought it was a bird species. Oh, it makes me laugh. I mean, when you go through an area where you're so out of depth, sometimes you hit like a brain fart. You just don't think. And to this day, I haven't forgotten it, and I don't think I ever will. It was too good. It's just too good of a story to ever forget that. So we were talking a little earlier about giraffes and silhouettes and clouds and things like that. This hill that we can see in the background here, right up there. I had, when was it? It was about 2 days ago. I had some giraffe up right on the top of the hill, and it was a killer position for one of those silhouette pictures. And I was so excited to try and capture it and show it to all of you. But just as quickly as the giraffe appeared there, they were done. They were finished. They had finished posing. And something like the top of that ridgeline there would be the perfect spot for a giraffe in terms of capturing that silhouette image. So there, remember, you wouldn't put your giraffe sort of in the center of the frame. You'd go wide. You'd use your wide angle lens, and you'd place them even lower potentially than the bottom third. I mean, the bottom third is probably a good way to go, but depending upon cloud structures and formations and things like that, you could really place it in the bottom sort of half of or bottom third of the frame. See, this bull should follow this cow. There we go, like clockwork. Yeah, he's still trying. It's definitely not for a lack of persistence. See, his tail hairs have even started to clump together from all of that mud. Rhonda, thanks for the question. How important are ND filters in harsh lighting? I think in harsh lighting, you're more going to be using potentially a polarizing filter, or even a sort of a UV filter. Your ND filters is basically going to make your image darker. You get lots of different grades, lots of different stops of ND filter. So ND filters will be used more largely for sort of landscape photography as opposed to wildlife photography. So you think of if you're photographing maybe a river or the ocean or something like that, and you're trying to capture movement, flow of water, and we touched on it a little bit yesterday in terms of you keep your shutter, a longer shutter, open for a while. If there's any movement of water and things, it neutralizes to that mist. So an ND filter, by screwing that onto the front of your lens, it's going to make your picture darker. So to combat that, you've got to change your shutter speed to make it slower to allow more light in. And depending upon that grade of ND filter, whether it's a third or it's a sort of a 3-stop filter, it will determine how much it's going to be darkened. So you will use those filters more for your landscape photography. I wouldn't really say you're going to be using an ND filter, as far as I can understand, for sort of harsh midday shooting. Just because with wildlife, think about, yes, sure, it's going to make it darker, but you're still going to need a relatively fast shutter speed with something like your buffalo walking or a giraffe walking. You don't want that leg to be a whole blur. So it is going to make the sun not as bright potentially coming into the camera, but there's two ends to the spectrum. I haven't used ND filters myself. I know a few of my friends have used them. I must say, I mean, I've done some landscape photography, but I mean, if I had to classify myself as a type of photographer, it would be more sort of wildlife as opposed to landscape photography. But that's an amazing question. Thanks so much for your question. Yeah, you think of different types of photography. I love the ocean, and I've always been both amazed and kind of intrigued by underwater photographers, how they manage to do it. Think about all the little bits of smaller organisms and even, you know, particles and things in the water, that when you're photographing, how they manage to get it completely clear and clean. You know, the deeper you go, I mean, anything really lower than sort of 20 meters, you're going to start to lose light. I believe it's your reds that you really start to lose the deeper you go, so you've got to screw on other types of filters for that. And then if you really want to take some amazing shots underwater, you need to put your strobes, you know, your lights on, your flashes. It was actually yesterday, I was actually having a look at an article on photographing underwater in, you know, places like the Red Sea in Egypt, Raja Ampat in sort of Asia, and I mean, the rig that these guys have got, it's amazing. But at the same time, you know, for me, it kind of does look a little bit daunting. We were talking about earlier, you know, when you're starting to get into it, for it not to be daunting. So I can see why something that you're not used to does look a little bit daunting, and maybe it's not right for me to think that way. I mean, I love the ocean, but I wouldn't classify myself as an amazing scuba diver either. And you remember when you go down there scuba diving to take pictures, you've got to be very aware of your placement, of where your body is, where your fins are. If you've got flashes attached to your camera, how far are those extending to the side? Because the worst thing that you want to do is touch any of the corals or anything down there if you are diving on a coral reef and inadvertently maybe damage one of those corals. So you've got to take into mind your buoyancy, how inflated is your BCD. Even when you're down there, your breathing, the rate of your breathing will affect if you're going up or going down, or if you're pretty much staying, in the same position. You can imagine if a shark comes along, all of a sudden your breathing's going to change pretty quickly. But no, I mean, the point of what I'm getting to is it's also very challenging. It's not simple. And with that, there's going to be a whole lot of other filters and things that you've got to use, and I'd love to get into it. But it is also an investment. We've been talking about SLR cameras versus mirrorless cameras and things like that. When you start going down to do those underwater photographic shoots, the serious guys aren't really shooting with GoPros, which is a more common thing for a lot of people to have. You shooting with your mirrorless camera or something like that, which in turn means that you need to have an underwater housing, an airtight housing to protect your camera from both water, and if you are going a whole lot deeper, from pressure as well. And it's very easy with photography to to almost get caught in that spiral of, there's a new type of camera body that's come out that must just, it has to be that much better than the one that I've got. This new lens looks killer, and you read the reviews of it. Then your friend says to you, I went diving in the Red Sea and I used this new camera flash, and you've got to be happy with what you've got and make the best of what you got. You can't just be changing equipment all the time. The question of ND filters has opened up a whole world here of tech and stuff like that. Gabriel, thanks for the question. Can you use a tilt shift camera for wildlife photography? I have not tried that myself, and I haven't actually heard of anyone using it. So I can't really give you a solid answer with that. I can't see why not. But thanks, Gabriel. I'll maybe see if I can do a bit more reading and see if I can find any articles of people who've done that. You get fisheye lenses, which obviously create more of a fisheye effect. You get your new type of action cameras, your GoPro, what do they call it? GoPro Max, which creates your 360 degree camera view, and there's then you get your Insta360, which does the same thing. So you've got so many different options of things to do now, of pieces of equipment that you can play with. Those 360 degree cameras are amazing. I mean, I bought one for myself. In that you'll film something, you can drive or cross a river or whatever, and you'll be filming it, and then later, after you've done that, once you've plugged your SD card or whatever you've been using into your laptop, you can then toggle where you're facing, in terms of if you want to face front, forwards, backwards. So you can really determine where you want the camera to be facing. Whereas with some of your other more stock standard action cameras, if it's not a 360 degree, you can't do that. So that 360 degree capability, it really opens up a whole new world in terms of creativity. But bear in mind that because it is a 360 degree camera, when when you read the specs of something and it says it's 5.7K, you know, which is, you read that and you think, sheesh, that is serious quality. It's better than 4K. Bear in mind that you're now shooting 360. So you need to essentially cut that in half. You know, it's not 5.7K. It's 5.7K, you know, divided by 2. Because most action cameras will be shooting 180. Not even 180, less than 180, pretty much wherever you're pointing the thing. And that's something that you really need to take into consideration, because your quality, when you compare it side by side to, you know, let's say it's a, I don't know, GoPro 9 or whatever like that purely shoots directly looking in front of where you are, there's going to be a massive difference in image quality. But when you look at it from a creativity perspective, you can't compare the two of them. Yeah, you know, action cameras, that's a whole nother subject in itself. You know, I've seen both video and picture that's been produced from sort of hiding one of these small little action cameras in, you know, like a few what's the word? Cubes of elephant dung. So it creates a very different picture. But you've got to take into consideration ethics. Is it ethical? Lily, thanks for the question. How did I fall in love with photography? I'm not too sure. I don't know if I can give you a solid answer. Just for as long as I can remember, I've always loved it. Shame my parents had to print out thousands of pictures, you know, before the easy days of digital. And it's just been a process of learning for me. You know, my whole family really enjoys the bush and the outdoors, and whenever we've been to a game reserve, I'd always be snapping away, you know, trying to capture that lilac-breasted roller flying from the branch with its beautiful colors, or whatever it may be. So I've always had a real love for it. You know, my parents would dial in the settings on the film camera, and I'd just push the shutter button to take the actual picture and claim it was mine. I mean, and from there, from a relatively early age, learning the differences between aperture, you know, or also known as f-stop, and your shutter speed and your ISO, and how all of those link together and form your triangle of how your picture is going to come out, how it's going to be determined in terms of lighting conditions. And I mean, that's translated into now with digital cameras. I always just put my camera straight onto manual mode, and I always just plug in the settings that I want, you know, tell the camera exactly what I want it to do in terms of the amount of light to let in and so on and so forth. So it's not leaving anything really up to the camera more than sort of the autofocus and the tracking and things like that, which maybe may not be the most economical way to do it in terms of if I have to do something very fast. You look at something like your AV mode or TV mode, of where all you have to do is set your shutter speed or your f-stop, depending upon which mode you're using. I guess at the end of the day, being comfortable with your camera is very important. To know that if you have to make a setting change in a split second like that, and that's why I've kind of always stayed on manual, because I'm very comfortable in terms of knowing how those variables interact with each other, and making that change very quickly, in terms of knowing exactly where the buttons on my camera are, so that even when I'm looking through my viewfinder, I don't have to take my eye away. I know where those buttons are. You know, I don't have to remove my eye, have a look at where the buttons are, press them, look back, and the action is done. So I guess that is quite important, you know, whatever setting or mode that you're shooting on, to be comfortable with your camera. Because, you know, if you do buy yourself a new camera and you're going on an amazing trip to the bush, you don't want to be on your first drive there, you see an amazing sighting, fiddling with your settings and getting frustrated with your camera. Rather get your camera, you know, a week, a month before you go on your trip, and just take a few shots in the garden, get comfortable with it, even to the point of, if you can, sit in a dark room and feel where all of those different buttons are. Get comfortable with your camera.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Still a nice peaceful scene here. Buffalo is kind of resting. We've got our giraffe sitting down in the background. There is a nice little breeze that started to pick up now. Nothing too substantial, but it's definitely helping to kind of just take the edge off of the heat that we've got. Yeah, just chatting about photography and kind of my mind is wandering and thinking about places that I'd love to photograph. I mentioned the Red Sea. I'd love to, I think, probably dive there more than physically photograph, and just be absolutely immersed in that crystal clear water. But I'd love to do a sort of like an aerial charter over something like the Namib Desert. Those sands have just got so much texture. They tell such a story. Late afternoon light when your colors are rich. Maybe you've got some oryx, some gemsbok cresting the top of a ridge line, and the sand behind them's kind of been churned up as they plow their way up that ridge line to get to the top. The sand right in front of them, smooth, completely smooth from the winds that have kind of flattened everything else, flattened it out there. Maybe a few sort of, how you get, it's almost like a ripple effect with those sands there. I'd love to give that a crack. And in something like that, you've got to be sure of your camera and your settings there again. Because when you do fly over something like that, your chances are coming like that quickly. It's not like you can say, oh right, I think I should do this, or maybe I should do that. Even to go back and photograph it again, tell your pilot, no, turn around, go back, do it again. I guess maybe something like a drone might be easier there. Yeah, and you think of right on the coastline there, sort of the Skeleton Coast there, all the seal colonies that you've got. And I saw pictures of brown hyena moving along the edge of the sort of the seal colony, having a look to see if they can pick any youngsters off, any chances of any food. Jackals move up and down there. I'd love to go and have a look at that there, and potentially even see if I could get myself a leopard in that area. Leopard are so adaptable. It's so far out there. And it's just something so completely different, I think. But I think everyone's got lots of things on their bucket list of places to go, things to photograph, ideas of what you'd love to try and capture. Cornelia, thanks for your question. When do they get full? Sure, I don't think I've ever heard that question before. I'd be lying if I said I knew the answer. Sure, I mean, if you look at the composition of a ruminant, ruminant means it's got 4 chambers in the sort of that digestion and of sort of the digestion process of when they're eating, physically actively eating and then swallow. It's going into your first stomach or their first stomach. Ruminating is regurgitating that, chewing it and then swallowing it and bypassing really that first stomach. Wow, amazing question. You're really making you're cleaning off any little spider webs in the cogs of my brain here. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure when they would feel full. Guys are keeping me on my toes here today. Look at this cow. She's looking at me as if thinking, how can you not know the answer to that? I mean, come on. How tall can a giraffe grow? Obviously the males are going to be growing taller than that of the ladies. Males reaching probably a maximum of about just over 5 meters, 5.5 meters. So tall. I mean, it's always amazing when you look at a giraffe from 40 meters or 50 meters off. They always look impressive, amazing creatures. But if you ever get lucky enough for a giraffe to kind of come and sidle up quite close to you, like a good 5 to 10 meters away, the height of them is immense. It really is incredible. Our bull still giving it his best effort here. Matt, no, he's not the only bull in this herd, but by the looks of it, he's definitely the biggest bull. So he seems to have, if this female is potentially coming into estrus, served the right to mate with her. So there's plenty of other bulls. This one walking to the right hand side here, he's also a bull, that one there, but a little bit younger. I mean, you look at this bull on the left here, his genetics are just amazing. He's got a massive set of horns on him, and physically he's also a big animal. So he's making the advances of this female continuously because nobody else is really challenging him. If they did, I mean, there'd be a little bit of a squabble. There'd be some headbutting and things like that. This looks like another bull coming up from that mud wallow there, right at the back down there on the left. We'll see if he does continue to get a little bit closer to us. But he's definitely not as big as this bull in the foreground here. Let's have a look and see what happens if this bull in the background keeps getting a little bit closer to this cow. Sure, there's absolutely no respite for that cow. Wherever she goes, he goes. Now, talking about bulls, let's maybe take you across to Rolf. He also seems to have found some of his own there, and see what they have to say.
So we've come down into the Bushmans River Basin and been able to catch up with some of our pachyderm friends, the elephants. The breeding herd is on the move. They've just sort of walked past us, and they look like they're probably going to go down into the riverline itself. But there's a couple of bulls, this one included, that are just mingling about, grazing a bit, and they'll probably catch up with the herd in a little while, as they now seemingly have been for their midday spa session at the waterhole. They all look wet and full of dirt, which means that they've sprayed themselves with water. They've dust bathed after that, and now I would imagine time to head down for the shade, which is generally what the elephants do when it's quite hot, and you can pretty much bank on them going through that systematic routine that I've just described. Now obviously elephants there is a lot of African folklore and myths and legends around elephants, obviously being the largest of all the land mammals, and highly intelligent. There's lots of stories that have been told about them, and they do say that, well, some say that elephants were once human, and they were tricked by her husband into taking the form of an animal. Others tell of the man who stole the elephant's skin and forced her to live as a human, as his wife. And in one tale, a struggle between an elephant and crocodile left the elephant with a much, much longer nose than before. It's no surprise that Africa abounds with myths about the giants roaming their lands. Many legends portray elephants as wise, strong, and just, although some take into account the capacity for elephants to commit violence and economic damage. A myth from the Kamba tribe in Kenya offers an origin story for elephants that explains their intelligence. Elephants were once human. In the tale, a poor man, hearing of the wealthy, generous Ivonya Ngia, or he that feeds the poor, set out to discover the secret to being rich. After a long journey, the poor man arrived at a beautiful mansion surrounded by verdant pastures with abundant herds of cattle and sheep. Ivonya Ngia generously offered the poor man 100 sheep and 100 cows, but the poor man refused, demanding not charity, but Ivonya Ngia's secret to success. So Ivonya Ngia gave the poor man ointment and told him to rub it on his wife's canine teeth. The poor man left and convinced his wife to participate because it would make them rich. Soon after, her teeth elongated and toughened into ivory tusks the length of a man's arm. The poor man pulled the tusks and sold them, and excitedly began rubbing the ointment on her teeth again. This time, when his wife's tusks grew in, she refused to let her husband touch them, and eventually her entire body changed, growing and graying until she changed into an elephant. She left her husband to wander the forest, where she gave birth to their sons, the first line of elephants. Some of the day safari guys is going past. There's a lovely big bull, this one that's coming towards us now. So in another similar myth from Chad, a hunter selfishly tries to control his elephant wife. After finding a beautiful elephant skin in the forest, he hides the hide and later comes across a woman crying about losing her nice clothes. He promises her new clothes, takes her in and marries her. But eventually she discovers her hidden skin, slips into it and returns to live in the forest as an elephant. It's said that the clan with an elephant totem, who need not fear elephants, are descendants of the once captive elephant woman's sons. Kekshan, a full-grown elephant bull they can get to about 4 meters tall, but I'm just going to check the exact height of the tallest elephant. So the largest elephant on record was an adult male, and he weighed about just over 10 tons, but he was 13 feet. So yeah, just under 4 meters at the shoulder. So that's the tallest. That's where I thought more or less probably the tallest would be. So Spec, yeah, there's a lot of stories about elephants and lots of folklore with the different tribes of Africa. Each different tribe having some different story with the elephants themselves. And yeah, there's obviously quite a few stories in the Caprivi as well, where there's a lot of elephants there. Now this guy does seem like he might be in must, so if he does come towards us, we'll just have to back up, but it looks like he's not too interested for now. But that could change. He might change his interest, but it looks like he's meaningfully walking to catch up with the females and the breeding herd. You can see that just that typical swagger. It's not, and the way that he carries his trunk, he looks a little bit menacing. But not necessary that he's going to confront us. I don't really worry too much about elephants. They are very intelligent, and they listen to reason, and a bit of a chat is normally all that's required if one's being a little bit naughty. So in Gabon, there's the 3 great animal chiefs, and they believe that is the leopard, which is powerful and cunning, the monkey, which is malicious and agile, and the elephant, which is wise and strong. And the people from Ghana and Sierra Leone regarded elephants as past human chiefs or ancestors. A South African legend depicts a young girl outcast from her tribe who finds a kind, eloquent elephant and marries him. And the children are the ancestors of powerful chiefs. Not all the myths are so irreverent. Some farmers interviewed in the Caprivi describe how a fight between a crocodile and an elephant stretched the elephant's nose into the trademark trunk. And the tale also seeks to explain the elephant's anger, warning others of elephants rampaging through farmland and destroying valuable crops. So there's a bit of both, but mainly down to the wise and strong being that is the elephant. But they do have that sort of darker side where they can be quite aggressive, and when they are crops and farmlands, they can be reasonably destructive, in our terms, because obviously they feed on the different crops that they come across, but for us it can be somebody's livelihood, so not great for those farmers, especially if that's what you're depending upon. So there's quite a bit of human-wildlife conflict, in particular with the elephants. So Diane, yeah, we weren't able to find the cheetah. They have laid down in the thicket. We know where they are, but we just couldn't spot them. It's very hot, so I think they're just lying up in the shade. But yes, there were reports that they caught a little piglet, a warthog. So that's given them a little bit of a boost. They've walked quite far during the night. They've probably walked about, I'd say, in the region of about 10 kilometers. And now they're in a totally different part of the reserve. And maybe that little warthog gave them a nice boost that they could change of place. And so now we're just hoping that they get something a little bit more substantial. But regardless, even though it's very small, that little piglet, it's significant in the grander scheme of things, because that might just get them through, that they can now have enough energy to make a good hunt. But I would imagine they're probably going to do that a little bit later on this afternoon. So we'll see what happens if they show themselves. Currently out of sight, lying flat in the grass in a thicket. So great news for them. And we'll just keep following up and see what else they get to feed on, hopefully.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
It looks like a little southern ant-eating chat. Probably chasing insects there. Looks like it might have gotten something. Yeah, it definitely did. It's coming, now it's landed on the bush up top. What is it? Is it a grasshopper? Something of the sorts. Is it an ant-eating chat? I don't know. It might be a female. Whatever it is, it's got an insect. It's either that or it's an African pipit. Doesn't seem like it wants to eat whatever it's got. That insect is just holding on to it. Well spotted, BK. It's just on top of that sweet thorn, which is also in flower. What's he going to do with that insect? So that's quite a balancing act he's got going there, trying to hang on to the sweet thorn branch in the wind, but doing quite a good job of it, although not very easy. Anyway, I think it's time for us to move on. So give us a chance. We'll see if we can find anything else. And I'm going to move you right on back to Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, we are still at the lovely Dew Mine. I've literally spent 15 minutes, even 20 minutes, I think, trying to ID that fly we saw earlier on. I have spoken to the Wild Earth team as well, and of course with Taylor, our critter whisperer. So hopefully we'll be able to ID it. But you see, that is the beauty about all of this. What we do and what we get to observe, there will always be something new that we have not yet seen or heard or smell, perhaps an interaction that we have not ever witnessed. I know that has happened to me multiple times. So I will definitely keep everyone posted if we've got a confirmation on the ID. But in the meanwhile, we've got some impalas just hanging out. And I really cannot believe how quickly these lambs have grown. It's insane to think. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were still these scrawny little things. Skinny, helpless. Not completely helpless, but you know what I mean in comparison to how sturdy they have already become now. You sort of have to take a double take on them to make sure which ones are the mothers and which ones are the lambs. And I've just been constantly checking in and around the waterhole, hoping for some elephants to come our way too. Nothing yet, but I do think it will hopefully happen today. It is very hot today in Djuma, as well as Ukukoyo. So hopefully we'll get some elephant action on our side as well. I just want to have a look because we also had some waterbuck around. Just want to see if they are still hanging out. Matt, good afternoon. You would like to know, how does heat affect animals or heat stress? I mean, it's the same for animals as it would be for humans. You know, of course, we just obviously have it much easier. If you are about to dehydrate, you can easily just grab a packet of hydrate and drink some water, get your fluids. But with animals, of course, it takes a really, really big toll on them. There we are, our water buck. It really does take a massive toll on them when it comes to their actual condition and, of course, you know, being able to move around. So when it is too hot for animals, we've seen often, like they do now, as far as they can, they will stick to the shade and sort of graze around, move around. But that being said, even so, especially a place like Djuma, often it gets so hot and humid, and I can say this with definite confirmation. I guided in the Greater Kruger for very long. It can get super hot and very humid. And so if you are an animal, you will, for the most part, as much as possible, just definitely, you know, stay stationary as long as possible, regurgitate as much as you can. But of course, you can only regurgitate so much. So eventually then they do have to move around for water again. And again, it also depends on your rain season. Has there been sufficient rain to fill the water holes? And of course, you know, break some of the humidity? Or how far do the animals now have to travel for water? There really are so many things that come into play. So it definitely takes a massive toll on them. Really, really big. And they can, of course, then literally succumb to the heat, unfortunately. And something like this animal in particular, waterbuck, even though they are also ruminants, they can regurgitate their food. They definitely too need a lot of water to stay hydrated, to stay cool. Of course, you know, all of the animals have a basic breakdown when it comes to their anatomy, but a lot of animals are more water dependent than others. As we said earlier on, something like the eland, for instance, or the oryx or the springbok, they are found in those arid, dry, open areas. So they are used to that sort of thing. Something like a waterbuck needs to constantly, not constantly, but, you know, often enough be around enough food sources as well as enough water holes, or at least water sources. How beautiful. You can see they are, of course, right in front of headquarters here in Djuma. Just getting some shade over here. I do, however, also just want to keep my eyes on the actual water hole. As I said, I do believe hopefully we'll get some elephants that want to come cool off, or even if it's just for a drink. I have no idea where the elephants are, of course. There are a lot of elephants here in the beautiful Sabi-Sant, so I have no idea if we even have any elephants close by, but I'm thinking with the heat and the humidity that hopefully, even if it's just for a brief moment, they will come say hello. Sina, good afternoon. You are saying you have not seen waterbuck for a long time on the dam cam. Yes, they really do come and go. We saw them yesterday as well, but they... the waterbuck are funny, as well as the impala, I have to say. Sometimes we can literally go days without seeing, you know, really any antelope at the water holes. And other times we can see them rather often, like we have been the past few days. It's been really hot and really humid, so I think that has definitely helped us. But that being said, that is not always the case. You know, sometimes you can expect animals to do one thing due to this weather or this that might be going on. What is that? Sorry, I just want to make sure what antelopes those are. Aww. And that is always an interesting noise to hear. This morning we spoke a little bit about the noises and sounds that come out of impalas and other antelopes. But if you are not familiar with that sound, it's rather scary and daunting when you are actually having a leg stretch. Perhaps you're on safari. Get out of your vehicle with your ranger, of course, or your naturalist. And then if you hear that noise, it's it's rather scary. But those are the impalas. There you can see the rams chasing one another around. But as I say, just bear with me. I do want to have a look at the water itself every now and again. Often we see the elephants, if they do come this time of the day, we'll see them generally coming from the drainage line, from what I've been seeing lately. But of course, this is the wild. Animals do whatever they want. They come from wherever they want and they go wherever they want. So there's not really an easy way to predict their movements. And it is just so peaceful with the kingfishers, the buffalo weavers, the impalas every now and again doing that very odd call that they do. Just bear with me. I'm going to get us back to the impalas. See if they are actually coming to this open area, or if they are perhaps taking to the water hole and then probably going in towards that side of the bush. And if you're only joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature. It is so lovely to have all of you. And of course, remember, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please do get in touch with us. If you would like to know anything in particular, or perhaps just comment on anything in particular, you are more than welcome to do so. Oh yes, you see, no, that would not work for me. I say this so often, but that's a bit private. Oxpecker, where you just found yourself. Of course, the animals don't mind it, even though, you know, they give a little bit of a kick every now and again, just to reposition the oxpecker. I don't care if you're on my back, on my legs, in my ear, on my face. That would not work for me. I would rather be one of those impalas that have their wet wipes and just, you know, every now and again clean myself. If only. They have to make do with what they have. And we really have had such a beautiful day on Escape to Nature. We've had some rhinos and buffaloes with Nick, as well as some giraffes. Of course, some general game. And then, as you saw, Ralph just gave us 2 beautiful elephants, as well as some elands. And all of that. So it really has been an awesome day. In terms of our sightings, we have not really had anything out of the ordinary, I would say, like the big five or anything like that. But for me, this has definitely been a super successful day. Because we spoke a little bit, well, not really a little bit. We spoke a lot about conservation and what we can do for conservation efforts. And it's always necessary, you know, to have these hard discussions. I remember often if I would go on safari and sometimes stay out for, that is the one thing I loved about my previous lodge. We had no set times for safari, so you could literally, if you and your guest were in agreement, you could stay out for 7 hours if you wanted. And often we would have these 4 or 5 hour safaris. And we would get back and my colleagues would ask me, "Sheesh, did you struggle to find animals? Why were you out so long?" And I said, no, you know, we just enjoyed everything from birds to insects to just sitting at a water hole and just switching the vehicle off. And for a good 10 minutes, you just listen. And often the discussions that guests would be intrigued about as well and be keen to have about conservation and all of that was just really, really, ooh, we've got some nyalas. Was just really so special to me. Because I've always said, ever since I started guiding, I've always said, if I have 100 guests and I've changed one person's opinion about conservation or how important animals are, from a nyala to a bird to a dragonfly, then I definitely have accomplished something. Oh man, I hope they do their weird stiff slow-mo dance for us. Of course, the nyalas, they'll erect all of their hairs. There we go. Is he doing it? Oh, he wanted to do it. So they will erect all of their hair on their back and sort of fluff the tail as well, make themselves appear bigger and try and intimidate other males. And of course, as always, we can hear the beautiful woodlands kingfisher. I promise it's not a lack of trying. I just have not been able to find them. I know exactly where the nest is for a couple, but I just sometimes struggle to find them on the damn cam. Oh, look at this guy. He's trying to chat up the ladies. It's always super fascinating with this antelope species specifically, how clear the sexual dimorphism is between a male and a female. Of course, you know, I guess their stripes are similar, or gives it away a little bit, but the coloration, of course, the presence of horns, the fluffiness with the males, the different colorations the males have. It's just always so impressive. Jeez, this guy is really not being subtle. He really wants to wants to reproduce with this lady, it seems. And we know they are not monogamous, so he will do so with several females. Jeez, he's really acting like that creepy guy that you'll find at the bar, you know, that just doesn't get the message. I respect persistence, my friend, but jeez, just give her some space. Oh, look at the couple photo. Aaron, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying you love how they sort of strut their stuff, and also their legs look what their legs look like in yellow paint. Sorry. I thought for a moment there she might allow him to actually mount her. But yes, definitely. And of course with the males even more so. The females are more just one solid color, whereas the males really do have so many variations in color and fluff and just everything. It's such a fascinating antelope. Of course they are called nyalas, referring to Shangaan, which means onion, because of the white rings that they have on them. And again, I do apologize. Every now and again, I'm just going to look at the actual water hole, just to make sure we don't miss out on anything, because we have often had it where we focus on something and then when you take a look and see what else is around, there could have been elephants or something that has already come to the water hole and left.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So we've returned to Leeuwenbosch Pan, and we still have this lovely herd of eland that is in the area. They're not next to the waterhole itself, but just milling about in this lovely plains here that forms part of the area around Leeuwenbosch Pan. Now, just keeping within the theme of African folklore that we're chatting about with the elephants, we do know that the Khoisan people, they used to consider the eland as rainbow chasers, or the animals that used to sort of indicate to them where the rain would be coming from. But throughout southern and East Africa, there's a lot of stories around eland, and many of the tribes regard them as sacred. You'll find them painted inside ancient caves and engraved on flat rocks and etched forever in African folklore. And it's known as the animal of 1,000 legends. With its light coloring, African culture associates the eland with the sun. The Zulu name for the eland is Mpofu, and they also call it the same in Xhosa. And it's a name which means the light-skinned one, the golden-skinned one, or the humble one. And it's regarded as a brave but gentle animal. One fable tells of how the young son of the sun god was murdered by a group of wizards when he visited Earth. The sun god was furious and increased the ferocity of the sun, causing rocks to melt and rivers to boil. He demanded a human sacrifice of the most beautiful person in the land. A young princess was about to sacrifice herself when an eland appeared out of the burning bush and jumped into the fire pit in her place. Stricken with guilt, she too jumped into the fire. The sun god was so moved by the double sacrifice that he halted the sun's fury and blessed the earth with rain. So, and as I said, the eland plays a very important symbol for the Khoisan people and plays a major role in their beliefs. When in close proximity of these gigantic antelope, you'll be able to hear the distinctive click made by their toes rubbing against each other, and when they walk, due to their sheer size and weight. It is said that the Khoisan language, with its characteristic clicks, originated from this exact sound. So, nice, lovely stories around the eland. So the wind has picked up a lot since we were here previously. At least now it's not as stifling, the heat. This coming in now from the east. So it's coming from the ocean. At least it's cooling things off a little bit. As I said, some oxpeckers fly over us. They probably came from those eland, or they're heading towards them, one of the two. There were lots of them on them earlier. So not too much action, especially when it's in the heat of the day like this. Animals pretty stationary, not doing too much. And the one lone zebra that is also part of this group, I think he's got a bit of a case of mistaken identity. It's just off to the right of the group that you're looking at there. And there he is, to the right of your screen. A zebra that thinks it's an eland. There's a giraffe that also thinks it's an eland. It seems like all the animals like hanging with him. There must be the cool cats, the cool bunch. So Brandon, yeah, they do. The females also get dewlaps, but they're not quite as pronounced as the males, which get very big dewlaps. So, and then the older they get, the bigger the dewlaps get. So, and just speaking of dewlaps, just doing a bit of research on them. I've been checking out quite a few different blogs, etc. And there's one that I found that does give some quite nice information on it. And they say the dewlaps are loose flaps of skin that hang from the necks of some animals, notably certain lizards, birds, and hoofed mammals. These enigmatic ornaments are usually more pronounced in males than females, as we said here, but definitely females having them as well, suggesting a role in sexual selection. This particularly seems the case in lizards and birds, which use their dewlaps in sexual displays, but the role of dewlaps in hoofed mammals is not so well understood. In a study from the University of Liverpool, they explored 3 hypotheses concerning the function of dewlaps in cows, deer, and antelope. The first hypothesis posits that dewlaps evolved in hoofed mammals to serve a role in sexual signaling, for example by indicating age-related fighting ability or making males look bigger to their rivals. The second possibility is that dewlaps make animals appear larger to predators and deter attacks. Alternatively, dewlaps could make it easier for predators to get a hold on their prey. And since only high-quality animals can develop large dewlaps without getting eaten, the structure signals that an individual will be difficult to kill, thus discouraging attacks. But according to the final hypothesis, dewlaps help animals dissipate excess body heat. So male common earlant develop large dewlaps that can droop more than 40 centimeters beneath their necks. So I'm still not 100% sure what the real use for the dewlap is, but I think that the one that makes the most sense is assisting with thermoregulation, remembering that eland are sort of more of an arid, semi-arid particular animal, being water independent and surviving in these specific environments. You find them in large numbers in deserts, in Kalahari and in the Namib. So that kind of adaptations or specialist body parts makes a lot of sense. One of my favorite antelope, I'd have to say that the oryx or the gemsbok is probably my favorite, but eland definitely one of those. I really enjoy watching them and feel that, yeah, also holding them quite sacred, as do the Khoikhoi or the Khoisan people. wind is really getting up now. The eland slowly start drifting across. You see they all move together, hey? And there's a couple of youngsters, but not too many. Radio going off there. It's obviously somebody out on a day safari. Yeah, that's a younger bull, and you can see that it's got that more fawny brown color. Whereas when they get older, they turn sort of a bit more grey. The older they get. And the zebra following in behind. Keeping up with the eland. Oh, there's two of them. And that little foal. Ah, jeepers, it is a zebra. It looks... Yo, I thought it was an eland, but it was just because of that color from far. It's behind this flowering sweet thorn and the yellow flowers. They're all disappearing off now behind that bushes.
Welcome back to the beautiful and sunny for now, but getting cloudy Ukukuyo. I'm super excited. I don't know who of you joined us yesterday on Sunset Safari, but it became very overcast and I literally transformed into a kid on Christmas Day. We are definitely due for some rain, and it's not late. This is generally the rainfall for this region. And so hopefully they get proper rainfall this year. But we've actually had in comparison to the past 5 days, we've had a fairly successful day. We've had some kudus and palas, springboks, of course all of our beautiful lapwings, the Egyptian goose family, all 6 of the little ones are still accounted for. So all in all, it has been a super successful day. Of course you can hear the crows, and the mako doves, the lapwings. It truly is a very peaceful day here in Equatorial. There's our little ones. Just want to show all of you. All 6 of them are still safe and sound and alright. Which again seems so silly, but Egyptian geese, blacksmith lapwings, they really can lose their little ones fairly quickly. Even before they hatch actually. Monitor lizards, other creatures could definitely eat the eggs. But you can see they are very tiny, they are very vulnerable. But I'm also happy to report they are becoming very independent. Jeez, what was that about? GB, calm down. You need to calm down. You're being too loud. Alrighty, well I just wanted to show you the little ones are still alright and they are still safe. In Djuma, we do have one of my less favorite animals, but let me go show you in Djuma. It is a Kechma baboon. Now, if any of you know me or are frequent viewers of Escape to Nature, I really am not fond of these animals. I love them. It's like my family. I love them. I just don't have to like them necessarily all the time. And this one has just been chilling here in the shade. We actually had another one that was close to the waterhole, or close to Gowrie Dam, that ate some of the plants there. And then it disappeared. But luckily we've still got this one around. And even though I'm not too fond of them, I will be honest and say they are super fascinating animals to observe. They are, of course, very alike to humans. Their behaviors, their interactions. Jeez, did you see those teeth? Ugh. It's just such a scary animal. And I don't know why, I fear them. It's, for me, I would rather encounter a lion on foot as opposed to a troop of baboons. They are just super arrogant and feisty and just, I don't know, bombastic animals, alright? I don't know if they are still so alike to humans. Whatever tickles your fancy perhaps, but luckily we don't have to do that. And you can see the smaller one is actually now grooming the bigger one. That is a form of respect. So with baboons, in terms of their social structure, they actually have an oligarchy, which refers to a, I refer to it as the mafia within a troop. So they form smaller groups within a troop, and those are sort of the dominant ones, or the bullies, if you will. And specifically males like this that are of that size, they will definitely demand respect from the other members as well. And as I say, they can be very aggressive. Like, I've seen baboons fighting and disciplining each other, and it's just, I don't know. I think it's because they remind me so much of humans. So when they do act like that, it's sort of scary to to face that head on. And these guys are, of course... Ooh, there's a younger one. I don't care if you are young, old, whatever. It is not a beautiful animal. I have to say, one of my fondest memories, though, on the dam cams was weeks ago on Mashatu. On the Mashatu Dam camp, we also had a troop of baboons, and there was this one female, and she had a super tiny baby, obviously latched onto her. And there was this whole ceremony of every member coming towards her and investigating the little one, sort of greeting it. And as soon as the big male came, she sort of took off. But as I say, they really are very fascinating animals to observe. And if you ever find yourself in a survival situation, please do not watch baboons and think what they eat is okay for us to eat. We do not have the same digestive tract. They are, of course, omnivores, but they can also ingest and digest poisonous plants. They really are very resilient creatures. Whereas the vervet monkeys, of course, significantly smaller than the baboons, and they are grey in color. They've got those prominent blue testicles, which is a very obvious characteristic about the vervet monkey. But whenever you see them feeding on something in the bush, then it's safe for us to eat as well. Dylan, you would like to know if Khachma baboons are the most common in Africa. I think so, yes, to my knowledge. These baboons you would find, for instance, on the garden route as well. I spoke about this a little earlier on, people feeding them on the garden route, etc. But yes, it is a quite commonly spread out species throughout Africa. And as I say, it's a very, very feisty animal, very aggressive. I've even had a sighting where a whole troop, or what we refer to as a congress of baboons, literally intimidated a pride of lions and chased them away. So I think it's all about their attitude. They really can be super intimidating.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Do we still need to sit still? Shh. I'm not sure if they can see us. What do you mean? I'm listening. I think it may have been your wife that called you. My wife? She doesn't even know I'm here. She thinks I'm at Twin Dams. Well, she found us. Perhaps we can go hide somewhere else. I don't know if I like that idea. Just stay put for a little bit. Oh, we've got an African fish eagle calling. Not fish eagle. It's definitely a raptor. Just want to see if it's going to call again. And of course, you will now come in the last few minutes. Wherever you are, birdie bird. I just want to see if we can find this raptor perhaps that is calling. However, as I say, Murphy's Law. It will come again in the last few minutes of Escape to Nature. Francis, you are saying it has been an amazing escape, and I could not agree with you more. As I say, for us personally, on the dam cams, you know, we saw not really anything out of the ordinary, but it just has been so beautiful just to be able to observe the different animals and listen to the different bird calls, and of course answer all of your questions. Of course, we had a massive discussion about conservation, which I'm very grateful for, that all of you endured that and and participated in that. It really has been an awesome show, and I thank you all so much. Tomorrow, it will not be myself on Escape to Nature though. Alex will be back, but then I will be back again on Thursday. But please do join us again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. Escape. We will see what other animals we can find. Of course, try and answer all of your questions. And literally just lose ourselves in the beautiful sceneries that we find ourselves in. The awesome and amazing animals we get to observe. Come on, last minute something. But remember to stay tuned for Penguin Beach straight after this. And then, of course, Sunset Safari this afternoon, where we will be going on safari at our various locations, trying to find some animals for all of you. And again, just appreciate Mother Nature in all her glory. Come on, something. But thank you so much to everyone that has joined us today on Escape to Nature. I will see you all again on Thursday. Of course, thank you from Nick in Kariga, and thank you from Rolf and BK in Amakala. We really appreciate all of you so much for spending your day with us, and we hope you have a beautiful Tuesday. But again, please do join us again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. Stay tuned for Penguin Beach after this. And do join us this afternoon for Sunset Safari. I do believe it will be a good one, as it always is. But from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, thank you so much for everything today, guys. It has been awesome.